Hello, hello. I don't hear anybody yet. Can anybody hear me?
We hear you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for August 12th, 2021. The commissioners and staff who are present for this evening's meeting are at City Hall and on Zoom. If you're joining us on Zoom this evening, we can see that you are here. You may observe the meeting, however, your ability to be seen on screen and talk will be muted. During the public testimony portion of the meeting, you will be unmuted and then be able to comment. Please note that we cannot take any questions until the public testimony portion. If you have a process question during the meeting, please email cityclerk@meridiancity.org and they will reply as quickly as possible. And with that, let's begin with roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Seal,
Here.
Commissioner Grove,
Here.
Commissioner Lorcher,
Here.
Commissioner Earsley,
Here.
Commissioner McCarville,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Absent is Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you. First item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Could I get a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is the consent agenda, and we have two items on the consent agenda this evening. We have approval of minutes for the July 15th, 2021 Planning and Zoning meeting and findings of fact, conclusions of law for Bright Star Residential Care Facility H-2021-0040. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, we'd like to briefly explain the public hearing process. We will open each item individually and begin with the staff report. The staff will report their findings on how the item adheres to our comprehensive plan and unified development code. After staff has made their presentation, the applicant will come forward to present their case and respond to the staff comments. They will have 15 minutes to do so. After the applicant has finished, we will open the floor to public testimony. Each person will be called on only once during public testimony. The clerk will call the names individually for those who signed up on our website in advance to testify. You will then be unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address the commission. If you have previously sent pictures or a presentation for the meeting, it will be displayed on the screen and our clerk will run the presentation. After all of those who have signed up in advance have spoken, we will invite any others who may wish to testify. If you speak on the topic, if you wish to speak on the topic, you may press raise hand button on the Zoom app, or if you're listening on a phone, please press *9 and wait for your name to be called. When you're finished, if the commission does not have any questions for you, your time is up and you will not be called on a second time. After all testimony has been heard, the applicant will be given another 10 minutes to come back and respond. When the applicant has finished responding to questions and concerns, we'll close the public hearing and the commissioners will have the opportunity to discuss and hopefully be able to make a final decision or recommendation to the city council as needed. So at this time, we'll begin with Item H-2021-0043, the Cole Valley Christian School portable classrooms. And we'll begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. First item on the agenda this evening is the Cole Valley Christian School portable classrooms conditional use permit. The site consists of 6.96 acres, currently zoned R15 and located at 1108 Northeast 2.5 Street. The comprehensive plan designation for this property is Old Town, as you can see in the attached map here. And history on this subject property: in 2013, this body did approve a conditional use to allow auxiliary ball fields that are, and therefore the school, that's basically expansion of the school site. A CUP is required to install 4 temporary portable classrooms on this site. A couple reasons for it. One is the school needs to expand. It's enrolled more students. And 2, when you acted on that approval of that conditional use in 2013, there was a condition of approval that requires any erection or construction of structures on this property to come back and amend that conditional use permit. And that's why we're here before you this evening, because at the time that we were before you, there was nothing envisioned for this site except for ball fields, essentially open space on the property. If you had a chance to look at the staff report, you'll note that staff did require some street improvements along 2.5 Street. That is also consistent with ACHD's conditions of approval in the staff report. Staff did receive an email from the applicant about 4:30 this afternoon. They are in agreement with the conditions of approval except for item 4E. They would like the commission to strike remove verbiage along 2.5 Street and Washington Street from that particular condition. And staff is amenable to that recommended change as well. The other thing to note about the ACHD's conditions is they'd like them to put in a pedestrian crossing near the Washington intersection here. So consistent with what you see on the site plan here. So as the applicant moves forward through the process with us, they'll continue to work with ACHD and install those improvements as well. So we do get safe crossings of those students from the campus, which is on the west side of 2.5 Street, to the east side of these portable classrooms on again, the east side of 2.5 Street. Staff is also requiring a 10-foot landscape buffer along the roadway as well. Here you can see in the plan that they're showing some gravel and trees, and we want a little more beautification on the site. I'd also let the commission know that the portable classrooms are intended to be on the site no more than 4 years maximum. And that's how it's been structured and conditioned in the conditional use permit. Looking at the public record, there was public testimony submitted on behalf of this from Alan Scott and Margot Permut. Staff is recommending approval with conditions in the staff report and supportive of that modification by the applicant. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to come forward? Please state your name and address for the record.
This one on? Yes. Michael Thomas, address 4013 Alma Lane, Nampa, Idaho 83686. I'm here on behalf of the client to answer any questions that you may have. We are in agreement with the staff report.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant or staff?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Grove?
Bill, this is probably best answered by you, possibly the applicant, but has the URD, the MDC, have they been consulted on this, considering it is in their area, and also the new one that is in discussion?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, yes, MDC is aware of this application. We did receive a phone call from the administrator, and she's asked that we don't require the street improvements along 2.5 Street because it is meant to be an interim use on the site. But again, there's no guarantees as to when the school is going to vacate. And my understanding is they have purchased property and they will be leaving downtown at some point, but there aren't any definite plans at this point to do that. So as both city staff and of course the Ada County Highway District, we we want to make sure that we get some kind of safety improvements along that roadway for the kids crossing that street. And if you had a chance to look at some of the public testimony, that was some of the concerns of the residents too. It's just kids going up and down the road, going to school. So we have to, yeah, we agree this is interim. It's not going to be a forever situation because ultimately we want Third Street to punch through downtown and provide that north-south connection between Fairview and Franklin. But at this point, it's safety of the kids. And so we feel some of these improvements are necessary at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff or the applicant? Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to testify on this application?
Madam Chair, we do not.
Okay. That being said, is there anyone in the room or on Zoom who would like to testify on this application? Sir, come forward. And please state your name and address for the record when you get to the mic.
Sure. Joseph Garza. I live at 272 East Washington Avenue, which will be in front of these portable, if you will. So safety, you brought up a little bit about safety. We see this every day, the wife and I. Kids almost getting hit. Very narrow streets. Been pleading with Ada County Highway District to please address this. Now we're going to add on and congest more here. It's really nice that they decided to go here on the west side of the property, if you will, or where the portals will be. I would like to please vision yourself and all the improvements that we've done at our home, which will be right in front of this, your home to be there and to take a look at that. It's a very narrow street. It's a portable. The beginning that I would like to make is with Ada County Highway District. I agree, 4 years is not temporary. It is not. We're talking about, yes, we're going to move, we're going to go ahead and do this and that. That is a big gray area. I'm sure we all have kids here. We do too. We're empty nesters now. Sometime we're going to get to it, right? Just like the four-way stop that we should have put in. These are our concerns from our neighbors as well, but they unfortunately couldn't be here. I think that this is just wrong as far as in so many levels of safety. I just don't have enough time. But on top of this is speaking with our real estate professionals in town and also in Boise, which I know very well, quite a few of them. That is not an improvement to downtown. It's not, it just isn't. If it was more of a structure like it is on the other side of the street, which was built, I know, a lot of years ago, maybe that would be something to take up and that would be understandable. Something portable like this, you know, I mean, really, once again, I can't emphasize enough. Picture yourself in our home looking out to this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else in the room that wishes to testify on this application? Okay, thank you. Does the applicant have anything else to add? Where'd he go? No? Okay. All right. With that, could I get a motion to close the public hearing on H-2021-0043?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on H-2021-0043. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Comments, thoughts? Where would like to go on this one?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Seal.
I'll just start out. I mean, I'm glad they came back and they're amenable to the staff report. That was kind of a sticky wicket there. I mean, they obviously want to make this as temporary as possible since they have bought, you know, they've purchased new land and everything, but they've kind of got themselves in a little bit of a jam here where they need the additional capacity. So hopefully these won't be around very long. You know, I mean, you're probably looking at a couple of years at least that they're going to be there. So having the information from ACHD as far as what needs to be done there to keep it up to code and follow all the rules is something that we're going to follow with. So, you know, I think it's something that's necessary to keep the school going. I kind of agree. I wouldn't like to look at trailers over there, but hopefully they can get this in, you know, get their new school built and get moved over there, and the trailers will be removed in short order.
Agreed. I'll jump in, and I would be in favor of keeping all the road improvements, especially the pedestrian crossing and the sidewalk improvements there. I think that's necessary. Just added safety, and as to the residents' comment, it's been in need for a while, so.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lorcher.
So 2nd and a Half Street was always my secret special way of getting from Fairview to Franklin. Do they have any, what's the time frame to on 3rd Street here with ACHD? Anything, or that's not even on the radar?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, it's really contingent upon what Commissioner Grove was saying, developing that new plan, working with MDC and having the school vacate and build their new campus in Northwest Meridian, and they can sell the property and then kind of go to work in making that happen, and then possibly vacating 2.5 Street and punching through 3rd Street. So it's really contingent on development and having a redevelopment plan for the property.
I go to the post office every day for my business, and when Cole Christian, either in the mornings, actually all day long, there's no place to park in the post office parking lot because it's full. And there is quite a bit of congestion over there. I think these portables will probably add to that mix. But then the other side of it is that if you don't present the portables, then you're maybe cramming 25 to 35 kids in a classroom, and then they can't learn. So what's the balance there? Having temporary portables, or a school situation in which, they can't accommodate their students for proper learning. With the landscaping, because it's a temporary, are you requiring them to plant trees? Well,
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, that is correct. The code requires you to do 1 tree every 35 linear feet and then 10 feet of lawn and other vegetative ground cover. The other thing that I failed to mention too, since you brought up parking, was we're asking the applicant to work ACHD and provide some additional parallel parking along 2.5 Street with those improvements so that we add a little more capacity in the area.
I think I might have to find a new secret special way to through, just so, because there's going to be a lot of kids going back and forth from that area anyway. I don't know, I'm torn between what to do for the kids and the safety of the community and the families that live on Washington Street, but it is temporary, and hopefully they would hold true to that.
I'm pretty sure, the intent is absolutely to be temporary, but we all know, things can change, but the plan moving forward is for it to be temporary. But I think even temporary, to have those improvements done there would kind of mark it as, yes, there's more going on here than just the secret special way of getting through.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Grove.
I guess before I kind of say much, Bill, if 4E is stricken, what does that do in terms of like the parking that you mentioned and any other aspects?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we're not striking 4E, we're just removing along 2.5 Street and Washington Street. ACHD already has specific language in their draft staff report that they have to do curb gutter sidewalk along 2.5 Street. So I think the applicant really wants to just marry our condition up with ACHD's conditions.
Madam Chair, my thoughts on it are somewhat mixed. I see the value in being able to get more kids in there, probably will hasten their ability to fund the project to move out. And so there's that piece. Looking at the larger picture though, with the new urban renewal that the city and MDC have been talking about, and the things that they've been discussing in terms of how that area redevelops, I don't want to do anything that would hinder the ability for that to move forward smoothly. So I have some trepidation about how that could potentially impact that redevelopment of the larger area.
I have no comments.
Motions?
Did it go off? Okay, there we go. Madam Chair? Yes, I had a question. Is there anything that's requiring it where the portable is being placed, for it to go back to the way that it is now or improve from that? Do we know anything on that, staff? Because I'm assuming that it's going to be graded, it's going to be flattened out, there's not going to be grass underneath it, and when the portables are removed, is it going to be put back where there's going to be lawn there, or where the gravel is going to be removed, so it doesn't look like it's just emptied?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, there's nothing specifically to that effect. If that's something you want to add, you certainly can. Again, it's my understanding that these will be removed at the end of 4 years, and then the property will be sold or maybe actively being looked at being sold. So I don't know what may be in store with the new owners and how quickly the school plans to vacate the downtown area. But yes, the intent would be to remediate it back to that conditional use permit status of a ball field and lawn.
Okay, but there's nothing in the application currently that says that they have to do that.
The only thing in the application is comply with your conditional use permit, which is, again, shows it as ball field or vegetation.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Grove?
One last question for Bill on this. Is this type of conditional use permit at the end of 4 years, are they able to reapply for an additional 4 years? And if that is the case, are we able to condition that there would not be an opportunity to apply for another one? What are some of our stipulations around that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, certainly we're putting a time. That's, if you look at the requirements of the code, you have the ability to put timeframes on a use on a property. That's in Chapter 5 of our ordinance. In this particular case, we're putting 4-year limitation on this. So yes, they would have to come back before this body to extend that or remove them, is how the code reads. But yeah, there's nothing in here that prohibits them from reapplying if at the end of 4 years, they haven't moved or sold the property or done something differently.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Yearsley?
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to recommend approval to City Council of file H 2021-0043 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of August 21st, 2021, with the following condition to strike condition 4.E.
Question, is this,
Actually, it's my apologies.
use?
This is a condition, it's to approve, not to recommend approval.
Correct.
So-
Yeah, staff had put the wrong verb. My hearing outline's correct. Yours isn't. So my apologies.
Sorry. So basically recommend to approve this conditional use permit with the following, with those modifications.
Madam Chair, clarification. Are you wanting to strike the condition in its entirety or just the verbiage by the applicant?
Just what the applicant had requested.
Perfect. Thank you.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve file number H-2021-0043 with modifications. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
nay?
Madam Clerk, would you like to do roll call?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner Grove,
Nay.
Commissioner Seal,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorcher, Commissioner Yearsley,
Aye.
Commissioner McCarville.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is H-2021-0046 Centerville subdivision, and we'll begin with the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission and members of the public. Thank you for being here. Try to make this quick. I got a honeymoon to go to, so.
Get anybody to cover?
The boss man, you know. It's all good. As noted, this next item on the agenda is for Centerville subdivision, H 2021. You're thankfully past 2020, 0046. It is for annexation and zoning and a preliminary plat. The site consists of 40.49 acres of land currently zoned RUT, spread across 3 parcels. It's located at 4111 East Amity and 5200 South Hillsdale, and also the out parcel in the very southeast corner. As you can see, it's probably best in this one. It's generally at the southeast corner of Hillsdale Avenue and East Amity. There is no history of zoning or approvals with the city of Meridian. It has 2 comprehensive plan future land use designations on the site, medium density residential and mixed use neighborhood. As noted, it is for annexation and zoning and preliminary plat. It is a request for zoning from RUT to the R8 zoning district for about 13.3 acres and the R15 zoning district, which is 27.14 acres. And it includes a concept plan that shows 159 single-family units and 168 multifamily units, with a preliminary plat consisting of 190 total lots, 124 single-family lots, 35 townhome lots, 2 multifamily lots, a commercial lot, which is not commercial zoning because it's for a daycare, which is allowed within the R15 zoning district, and then 27 common lots on 38.9 acres. Again, this is only for annexation and zoning and preliminary plat. No conditional use permit for the multifamily is a part of this application set that would be required to come at a later date. Project is proposed in 4 phases. Just go to that. The majority of the detached single family is proposed in the 1st and 2nd phases. The access to Hillsdale and Amity, as seen here, is proposed with phase 1, as well as the large central open space. The existing stubs that are to be extended from the east and the south are proposed within phase 2. The majority of the multifamily is proposed within phase 3. And the clubhouse, pool, remaining multifamily, and the front-loaded townhomes, which is the southwest corner of the site, is proposed in the final phase 4. The project is proposed with 5.64 acres of qualifying open space, which is approximately 14.5%. Future CUP for the multifamily would confirm the required minimum amount for multifamily, which would be determined by the number of units, which I'll get into a little bit more detail later. The qualified open space consists of the required street buffers along Hillsdale and Amity, the large centralized open space, and other small open space areas throughout the site. And that those do include pedestrian connections throughout the site as well. To note, the proposed open space does exceed minimum code requirements as currently proposed, with the assumption of 168 multifamily units. Access to the site is proposed via South Hillsdale and East Amity. The applicant is extending 2 local stub streets into the site, as noted, one from the south and one from the east, which is actually a City of Boise subdivision. There was a TIS required for this because it proposed more than 100 units, which is a traffic impact study. The traffic impact study estimated that the project would generate 2,600 additional vehicle trips per day and 266 additional trips per hour in the PM peak hour, which again would, if it's over 100 in the PM hour, that would also trigger a traffic impact study. The TIS and ACHD did recommend the following improvements for Hillsdale Avenue and the Amity Road intersection at the very northwest corner. We'll go to this one. I apologize. The corner here, they're proposing and requiring an interim signal there to help with ingress and egress for this entire area. The reason why it's an interim signal is because it's actually slated to be proposed or constructed as a single lane roundabout in the future, which would be here. Sorry, here. My understanding is that it's not in the CIP currently, but it is proposed, which is why they're saying it's an interim signal at this time. Secondly, on Amity Road and the Amarita, which would be the entrance here, they're proposing the applicant construct an eastbound right turn lane, which would be going this direction, right turn lane into the site, and a westbound left turn lane to be constructed on Amity for access into the site. Safe access to Hillsdale Elementary School, which is to the southwest of the site and directly across Hillsdale Avenue, is obviously very important. ACHD recommended and the applicant agreed to install a rapid rectangular flashing beacon, an RRFB beacon, at the Hillsdale and Hill Park Street intersection for an additional safe crossing for current and future residents. This is something that it was recommended and not required, but the applicant took it upon themselves to propose that and take care of that access, which we do appreciate. As noted, the project area does have 2 future land use designations on it, mixed use neighborhood and medium density residential. It does not have the same mixed use or same designation as the subdivision to the south. Medium density residential allows density for gross density at 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre, and the mixed use neighborhood allows density at 6 to 12 units per acre. The project area that has the mixed use neighborhood is actually a part of a larger mixed use area as seen in this picture on the left. That entire area encompasses approximately 70 acres and half of it is already approved for residential development with the Hill Century Farms North subdivision. The remaining area is comprised of commercial zoning, as noted in this central picture, with mostly CN and some CG or some CC, I apologize. It includes self-storage and urgent care, medical and dental offices, assisted living facility, and some vacant commercial lots. The applicant is proposing a mixed-use residential project that is more in line with the medium-density residential designation than the mixed-use neighborhood. The applicant is including a lot along South Hillsdale Avenue, should be this lot here, for a future daycare within the R15 zoning district, and that is consistent with the mixed-use neighborhood designation. Staff is unaware of future uses in the undeveloped commercial lots along Amity that are part of the adjacent project, but those would also be incorporated and analyzed as part of the mixed-use neighborhood designation. Staff does have concerns with the lack of neighborhood serving uses in this area. Staff believes that replacing 2 of the multifamily units directly south of the daycare, should be these. Staff does believe that replacing those 2 units at the southeast corner there with a multi-tenant commercial building that may include additional commercial uses like a restaurant, convenience store, or other retail would be a benefit to the site. And it would also help the project comply more with the comprehensive plan. As noted, it does meet the comprehensive plan currently. That doesn't mean it can't be better. That is why staff did not make a specific recommendation to change that, but has noted carefully that the commission and council should take that into consideration. The applicant is proposing a gross density of 8.4 dwelling units that can be rounded down to 8 units per acre per the comprehensive plan allowances, which makes that a proposal for the maximum allowed density in the medium density residential. But again, they do have the mixed use neighborhood, which can allow up to 12, and they are not parcel specific. So it can be not, I don't like the word floated, but densities are a little harder to calculate when you have more than one. However, this density does include the proposed 168 multifamily units that are not part of the current application, and that would require a future CUP. They have proposed for just transitional lot sizes and density within this project. Along the perimeter, they have lot sizes that match the existing development to the east and the south. Specifically on the south side, they are lot line to lot line. On the east, it's not quite 1-to-1. As you move more interior to the site, as you can see, the next ring are lots that are slightly smaller and are within the R15 zoning district. It culminates in the multifamily lots on the west side of the development, with the majority of them being located in the northwest corner. Staff finds that the proposed project is compatible with surrounding development because of this transitional density proposed. Because of this transitional density, staff is taking the overall gross density calculation within the within the medium density residential and not the mixed use neighborhood. So looking at it as a maximum of 8 units to the acre, which is the more restrictive density range. As noted, theirs is 8.4 as proposed, which staff finds is a little high. So staff has recommended a reduction in the maximum number of multifamily units allowed with a future CUP to bring the overall density below 8 units per acre without a need to round. Staff does recommend this for the following reasons: the low jobs to housing ratio in the vicinity, as noted in the Compass report, the traffic level of service, emergency service response times, and school capacities, all things that are well known in this area of the city. Staff has recommended limiting the majority of the future multifamily structures to 2 stories instead of 3. Specifically, all of the 12-plex units be limited to 2 stories, with the 2 larger being allowed at 3 stories, so that there's both a transitional height and density from the arterials to the interior of the site. This equals a reduction of 40 units and brings the overall gross density to 7.37, which is below the 8 allowed. Should Commissioner Council find that additional neighborhood serving commercial uses, as previously discussed, should be added, this would further reduce the units and further reduce the density and provide better transition from Hillsdale Avenue. And again, would help the project be more consistent with the comprehensive plan, but I did not specifically recommend this. There were 88 pieces of testimony as of 2:30. I'm sure there are more now. Majority of them are in opposition of the project. There were a few that were in support. The issues that were presented were the project being too dense, the traffic concerns, school overcrowding, and not matching the existing character of the neighborhood. There was also some notes about changing the plan according to what it was previously, and I didn't quite understand that, only because this is RUT, and as it's shown on the future land use map, it's not meant to be the same as those subdivisions to the south and the east. It's meant to have a little higher density because of its proximity to the commercial and the mixed use. Staff does recommend approval of the subject applications per the analysis in my staff report and with the DA provisions and conditions of approval noted as well. After that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to come forward?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Becky McKay with Engineering Solutions, business address 1029 North Rosario and Meridian. I'm representing the applicant Challenger Development on this particular project that's before you. So as Joe indicated, the request before the commission this evening is annexation and rezone of 40.49 acres. That includes public right-of-way. The actual size of the property is 38.95 acres. We're asking for a combination zoning of R8 and R15. 13.35 acres of R8 and 27.14 acres of R15. In this particular project, we have a mixture of uses. And one of the things that was the driving force as far as the design on this, we've worked on this for over a year. It hasn't been something that we've thrown together in a short period of time. It's kind of evolved as we had a couple of different neighborhood meetings and met with staff on multiple occasions and worked with the highway district and the school district. As you can see, this particular parcel here is an enclave. It's developed all the way around. To the east is Rockhampton subdivision, which was developed in Ada County, in Boise's area of city impact. The area of impact boundary is right here at our eastern boundary. To the south is what's called Howery Lane subdivision number 2. I believe they market it as Hillsdale Creek. And then the Century Hill Farms development, which consists of mixed use, single family. They've got mixed use neighborhood development, office components, I think they have mini storage components. And then directly north across from us is Shelburne South, which is currently under construction. So this particular parcel, when looking at the development that's underway and that's taken place, is definitely qualifies as an infill development. In looking at the parcel, these very rectangular parcels with the stub streets are always probably the most difficult for me from a land use perspective. I've been doing this 30 years and these are always the hardest ones to work with. You have existing stub streets. We have a stub street that goes to Rockhampton. We have a stub street that goes to Howery Lane. We have existing collector roadway, Hillsdale Avenue, that runs down our west boundary. We have the Shelburne South Development, who their collector roadway is directly across from us on Amity Road. So we're bounded by a minor arterial, which is Amity Road, and then Hillsdale Avenue, which is a collector. We have the Hillsdale Elementary School just to the west of us. We have the YMCA South that is to the west of us. And then we have neighborhood commercial zoning also to the west of us here. This kind of shows you, we had to break the plat into kind of two pieces to kind of show you what we looked at. And one of the things that I considered in this design was obviously transportation, providing 2 points of ingress and egress. We had to match this collector that goes, this commercial collector that goes to the west. We had to, like I said, align with the collector going into Shelburne South. And then I had to make these stub streets work without sending my traffic as cut through traffic into these adjoining developments. So we met with the neighbors. We had 2 neighborhood meetings. Our first neighborhood meeting that we had was in June of 2020. Initially, we proposed 355 dwelling units, which had 125 single family, 26 townhomes, and 204 multifamily units plus a daycare. And that overall density proposed with that draft was 9.11 dwelling units per acre. The primary concerns that we heard from the neighbors was the number of dwelling units, if we could reduce those. If we could redesign our interconnectivity with those adjacent stub streets to minimize any cut through traffic. What we could do to obviously mitigate our traffic and improve the transportation impact of our development in this area. And 3 was what could be done to make a safer route to schools and alleviate school capacity issues. So we came back to them with a revised plan back in June of 2021. So we took a full year working on it, working with our traffic engineers, like I said, the city, the highway district, the school district. We wanted to make sure that all of the agencies were involved in this project because it, like I said, it's an infill and that leads to complexity. So what we did after that meeting, that first neighborhood meeting, is we reduced our single family dwellings from 125 to 124 lots. We reduced our multifamily units from 204 to 168. So we basically removed 36 multifamily units. And one of the comments that we received from the neighborhood to the south was we had 2 multifamily buildings here and they have a collector roadway called Rockhampton that comes in and comes into their site. And they said, you know, we would like some type of a transition, you know, whether it be some townhomes or something, but we don't want multifamily. So we eliminated the 2 buildings that we had and replaced these with pods of just 3 townhomes that would front load. One of the things that the staff asked us to do is they said, you know, the fact that you have 2 different designations on your property the mixed use neighborhood, the medium density residential. We want to see a diversity in this project. We know it's only 38.95 acres, but we would like you to do your best to provide some variety of housing and different styles, and also providing transition from those existing residential lots. So that was the task that was set forth to us. And they said, you know, we would like to have a higher density along the collector roadway, Hillsdale Avenue, along the arterial. Fire department said we want a separate access to Amity, and then a collector roadway coming in, and then interconnection to these two stub streets. So one of the things that I did is we had a street that came straight down. We eliminated that. We went and did a full 90-degree turn, and we did a pedestrian path, and then we did a 90-degree turn here. One thing we wanted to make sure is that it was more convenient for our residents to come out to Hillsdale Avenue or to come out to Amity Road versus cutting through any of these neighborhoods. So we made it very circuitous in its road alignment. One of the other things that the staff encouraged us was, you know, we want detached sidewalks. We want it to feel soft when you come in. So we have a 20-foot landscaping with detached walks on our entry collector. And then that collector comes in, and this is 1.93 acres. So this is our central open space. And that's what you see when you come off of the collector roadway. And then when you come in off of Amity Road, we have a pocket park here. That's 0.28 acres. We have a plaza here with public art, and we have pathways that come through. And so we wanted the curb appeal to be the best that it can be. Amity Road is designated as an entryway corridor. So the landscape buffer required is 35 feet. We have provided 35 feet. One of the pathway coordinator said, you know, we don't show a multi-use pathway along Amity, but because of the YMCA, because of the Hillsdale Elementary, could you do a 10-foot sidewalk along Amity? We said, sure, absolutely. So we're proposing a detached 10-foot or a 10-foot sidewalk all along that Amity corridor, and then detached 5-foot sidewalk all along the Hillsdale Avenue. This is kind of a blow up of the landscape plan. As you can see, we have medians as you come into the development, significant landscaping along that Amity corridor. Like I said, we have the plaza with public art, pathways. We want to make this a very walkable subdivision since we have adjoining amenities. So within our central open space here, as I indicated, which is 1.93 acres, we have playground, we have a plaza, we have picnic shelters, we have pathways, micropaths that lead and drop down into the subdivision. And the staff had a good recommendation that we took to heart, and they said, you know, we want you to integrate the multifamily with the townhomes. And we said, well, you know, we didn't think about that because we initially had these as front load. So what we ended up doing is we have a 26-foot drive aisle that runs all along the back of the townhomes. And we said, yeah, we will go ahead and we'll rear load those townhomes. That allows us to then do detached sidewalks all along Odell Street. And we have detached sidewalks all along the east side of the street, which will have a softer look. The Cunningham lateral runs through the property right here. We do have approval from the New York Irrigation District. This is our primary irrigation source, and our pressurized irrigation system will source from that. We have approval to pipe that facility right here and then connect to the existing pipe that runs across Hillsdale Avenue. Bureau of Reclamation has also approved that relocation. The only stipulation that they have is that we can either put gravel or grass or a combination of both. So one of the things that we talked to the staff about was we do alternative compliance, and we'd have like a compacted pea gravel with grass for the kids so that they could come over and then link up to the sidewalk here, or people from the Rockhampton, or not Rockhampton, I'm sorry, Howery Lane subdivision could also interact because they have open space located there. So as far as our amenities, obviously the code requires only 10%. I was on the committee for the open space update to your UDC. So I wanted to make sure that this one had more than the minimum. So we have 5.64 acres of qualified open space. So we're at roughly 14.48%. And that's for the subdivision as a whole, not including the requirement for the multifamily open space. We have a 1.93 acre central common area with playground, pathways, and a plaza area. We have micropaths, 10-foot sidewalks. We have our pocket parks, public art, plazas at our Amity entrance. And within the multifamily area, we have 2 tot lots, one to the north, one to the south. We did that because we have a collector that basically bisects the multifamily. We also have provided a picnic shelter, and in the multifamily development, there is a clubhouse, pool facility, and parking lot. This shows you the Centerville townhomes. These are the rear load. So they load within the interior of the multifamily project. There will be 2-car garages with a 20 by 20 pad. So they will be able to park 2 in the garage, 2 in the driveway, as required by the UDC. This is what we call our farmhouse kind of elevations. It's kind of a new look that my client's working on in their architects. We have provided the front elevation, the rear, and the sides. You can see that there's significant modulation in the roof lines, different patterns, architectural features that obviously provide articulation and interest. This is the 3-unit one. The one I just showed you was a 4. So I wanted to show you what the 3 units look like. As you can see, it's very similar, just smaller. And then on the southeast or southwest corner, next to the Howery Lane collector, we will have what we call front load townhomes. So we have rear load and front load. These are the front load townhomes. They're more of a contemporary design. You can see the varying roof lines, varying materials, combinations. I'll wrap it up. Centerville, these are the sample elevations of the lots, are 74, 80, and 90-foot lots. You can see the homes, single story, 2-story, a combination of both, 64-foot wide lots. And then we have some 36-foot wide lots to provide diversity within the project. And these are the elevations of those. As far as the apartment buildings, they're going to be a contemporary style. That's a 12-unit complex, and that's a 24-unit complex. There's our clubhouse. And I'll use those in rebuttal. I'll zip to that. Whoops. Uh-oh, what happened to me? Yeah, I got excited. We think we have a really great project. And we'd like the commission to obviously look at the diversity and the rooftops that we need, obviously, to supply the mixed use community designation to the north where the Albertson Center is going, and the mixed use neighborhood. Till we get rooftops, we don't get that commercial component. We included a daycare in here because we think that will obviously be a benefit to not only us, but the neighborhood in general. Do you have any questions? Sorry, ma'am.
Any questions for staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Grove?
Becky, do you have any thoughts on staff's recommendation for adding the commercial retail piece to the southwest, I guess it was phase 4 portion of the multifamily area?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Grove, yes, I do. If you look at the Century Hill Farms mixed-use neighborhood, if Joseph could go back to my PowerPoint. There's the St. Luke's facility, there's a veterinary clinic, there's a dentist. So they're starting to get those essential neighborhood uses. One of the things that I didn't want to do was to compete with Brighton. Obviously, I think Joe indicated in his staff report, there's approximately 70 acres over there that is mixed use neighborhood that has been approved with that, the intent that it have a retail component, a neighborhood commercial component. So I obviously can't compete with Brighton, nor do we want to. So the way we looked at it is we wanted to obviously come up with uses that would support their commercial and would complement it. And the daycare we thought was a good use. You know, right now, if you put like some offices here or something, you know, right now they call those like toadstool offices because they're smaller, trying to integrate those into the multifamily. One of the things that we look at is a self-sufficient multifamily. And in my consulting with the multifamily experts, they said, you know, 200 units with a clubhouse, a pool, playgrounds, open space, pathways, all of that is typically preferred. So I had to convince them to let me go down to 168 and say, you know, this is why we're doing that. You know, because we need to integrate some more townhomes. We need to do some better transitioning. We need to add some more open space. But I just don't see that it's going to be really viable. You know, we've got the Y, we've got the elementary due west of us, and I don't want to compete with Brighton. And so, you know, we have to look at the big picture and what we can provide and bring to the community and the neighborhood here.
Becky, how do you feel then about staff recommendations for 2-story instead of 3-story?
I want to cry. No. I talked to Joe about that, sent some emails back and forth. And this, you know, this from my planning perspective are my thoughts. You know, we articulated these buildings, we're on an arterial here. These buildings, as far as their separation from the edge of right of way here is 50 feet. So I'm trying to figure out, you know, we want to put the density next to the arterials, next to the collectors. That's always been one of the, you know, the proverbial planning tactics. And so these being 3-story, I do not find that they are going to negatively impact anyone. And they also generate less traffic.
Quiet, please.
Now along the collector roadway, I oriented the buildings so all you see is the end. And these buildings are 12 unit. So you're seeing the end. And I've traveled to other states and looked at similar projects. And if you just see the end of a building, you don't see the bulk. And here we kind of modulated the buildings. And as far as these are 2-story, I've talked to my clients, you know, I kind of said, you know, what's your thoughts, you know, on these, you know, could we make these 2 stories? So we have, you know, a transition 2-story, then transition to 3-story. These are within the interior, the 3-story here. These are the larger buildings. And, you know, obviously no developer wants to lose units. But I think, you know, I'd like the commission to look at, instead of just chopping off 40 units and say, you know, nothing can be over 3 stories. I really think that that's not the correct way to go. The multifamily units only create 1/7 of the number of students. And I got that directly from the school district, 0.1 student per unit versus single family, which is 0.7. The number of vehicle trips per day for each single family dwelling is 9.5 typically. For the multifamily, it's, I believe, 4, let me look, let me verify, hold on, 5.4. So you have roughly about half the traffic generated. The other thing to keep in mind is we have to install a signal. So, we have an intersection that needs a signal and meets the threshold now. We're willing to install that signal. We're willing to create safe route to schools. We're going to put in that flashing light here at Hill Park. We took to heart the messages that were given to us. But if I can't get enough units to obviously pay for the mitigation, that creates a significant problem. So I guess I'd like the commission to keep an open mind and look at maybe some middle ground. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Yearsley.
Bill, I thought when we approved Hillsdale subdivision at that intersection that they came back and said we couldn't put a signal there because of the high power tension lines. How do we mitigate against that? And I thought we couldn't do a roundabout there because of the power pole that's right there. You remember that? I remember that was the reason why they didn't do the signal then.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, yeah, I'm not recalling that recollection, but certainly those looked at the staff report. It seems like it's all a go for them to do those improvements.
Madam Chair, if I could answer Commissioner Yearsley's question. It's intended in the master street map that this be a single lane roundabout. Ada County Highway District indicated they have been unable to obtain right of way on the parcel to the west to get that other piece of the roundabout. So the interim signal is a viable option, and they're calling it interim until such time as that other parcel were to develop, then they would be able to obtain that right away. They are requiring that my client dedicate right away for our portion of the roundabout, which is the long-term plan and in compliance with the master street. But right now, this particular intersection warrants either a signal or a roundabout, and the interim signal.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Grove.
Staff, I had a question regarding the school report that was in here, and I didn't see the school report from Miranda for the long-term breakdown, but is there anything additional that you could add with the capacity within this general area and how this impacts that moving forward?
Commissioner Grove, great question. Yeah, Miranda did put it in here, and her numbers do vary a little bit than what the West Ada School District has, because she looks at things a little bit more holistically, I guess you could say. But the Hillsdale Elementary, as was known, did have a cap for a while. They changed the boundary of that area to accommodate more of this localized area. There's an anticipation after speaking with West Ada that these additional students at this project would be accommodated there for at least the elementary school age. In addition, what we don't look at in our data are the charter schools. I asked Miranda, why do we not do that? Are we going to, et cetera? And it's just hard to track that kind of data because they're not required to report it to us. Obviously, there's quite a bit here as compared to other states and how they function pretty well compared to other places I've been. There is Gem Prep South that I know is coming online probably in the next couple of years, if not the next year. There you go, fall of next year. That's a K through 12 school, which will help tremendously in this area. I know I approved Compass Charter expansion, and I believe they will be coming online for K through 12 this year. And that's not in this area, but it is another charter school in the city. There are avenues to help relieve some of these. Hawaii High School is also coming online. I don't know when. I'm not going to get into that TCO debate, but it's coming. And that will help relieve some of the high school issues that we've had, because obviously you have the most elementary schools and then middle schools, and then you have the least amount of high schools because they're the largest. So there is some relief on the horizon. I can't speak to any of the things that might require a bond and education policy that I am frustrated with here in Idaho, but it's outside of our control. Hopefully some of those things occur and we get another high school down in the South Meridian area. But again, that would be years down the line. But Miranda did supply her thing, and assuming this gets approved with the submitted capacities, it does show each of the schools being over their current capacity with what is the approved plats. But that's pretty much every single development in the city at this point.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wheeler?
I have a question for the applicant here. I'm noticing that there is a St. Luke's Medical Center that's just right there on the corner of Hillsdale and Amity Road. And I know there's been talk about limiting some of the density. Has your developer thought about taking any of those multifamily units on that hard corner there of Hillsdale and Amity and turning those into some sort of light office or office use or something like that to complement what's across the street from Hillsdale?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wheeler, one of the things that restricts this site is obviously there's no access. In the old days when we could get, say, a right in, right out, or get an access closer to the intersection, that made like a commercial or an office component more viable. As ACHD has modified their policy manual, they pushed all of our approaches back beyond that 660-foot mark and even further if a proposed roundabout is proposed. So if you get an office here, they would have to obviously come down the Hillsdale Avenue collector, come in here, and then come through a multifamily development to get to a corner parcel. So convenient access is obviously critical to viability of office or retail. And so, that was one of the things, and at the time when we pre-apped with the staff, the staff said, we can see your struggle based on where your collector has to be located here and here, and how to, make this more mixed use. The daycare use, I did one of these along the collector at Crossfield subdivision off of Ustick Road. We had a variety of single family. We had a similar multifamily component, and we had a daycare. And it has been a very, very nice, viable development that is well balanced. And I think that's one of the things that we have to look at with the pricing that we're seeing. What's viable with the cost escalating, and trying to make these communities balanced so that, what I see, the median price in Meridian jumped again, what is it, 555,000 median price. So, we are struggling to provide housing for different lifestyles, different incomes. And we're doing our best to balance our projects. And I think we're doing a lot better job than just single product projects that are pricing so many people out of the market. And right now, those kind of toadstool offices that are, 4,500, 5,500 square feet, there's a lot of vacant lots like that. My office is in Meridian. The lots around me off of Pine and Rosario have been vacant for years. It's, right now, office is not prime on the list, residential is. A lot of people work from home. I think we're kind of seeing a little bit of a transition in this marketplace as far as office is concerned.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Seal.
just looking at the layout and everything here, and kind of looking for that middle ground in here is, and something that we've had go in and has kind of been a hit in some of the other areas has been kind of a business incubator, where it has a residential piece to it, but it allows them to do business. What did we call it? The mullet house or something like that, where it was, business down below and, residential up above. Is that something you would entertain? Again, trying to find the middle ground. I'm kind of in agreement with you where 3 stories on some of this I don't think would be harmful, but at the same time, I think the commercial element in some way, shape, or form needs to be present in here. I think a business incubator might be a way to do it, because there's just a lot of traffic that's going to go down there because of the YMCA, because of the school, where it's not going to be something that's abandoned down there, or something that's not going to get any traffic coming by it, just to have people even know that it's there.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Seal, when I did the Gramercy development just south of Overland Road, we incorporated what we called a brownstone, which was live work. They were 3-story type units, exactly what you're talking about, where we had somebody could have an office on the 1st floor and then live on the 2nd and 3rd floor. They were alley load, and we designed that into the project. We had the architects design it, and when it was bid out, the price of those live work units was so excessive that the developer abandoned it. And here we were left with improvements in the ground as far as infrastructure, and they never materialized to this day. And I did Gramercy years and years ago. Now, if you were talking about, say, some type of an office building versus putting it here at the corner, at the intersection where one has to, wade their way through, an office component, say, across from the daycare would make more sense. We'll have a landscape median here. It'll be right in, right out, but then this is a full access here, because we are restricted by the highway district, because this is a collector and Hillsdale is a collector. So my first approach is a right in, right out only. My second approach here is full access. So, access is everything when you're talking some type of a commercial component. So I would have to have something that people could get to, see. But as far as this, this being a drive-in or, live work, the live work is just cost prohibitive right now. I mean, when we got our prices in, those units were, I think, $355,000 to $375,000 per unit. And that's when you could buy a single-family dwelling significantly larger for $250,000. Now you're probably talking $550,000. So you just can't compete in the marketplace with that live work. It's just, I just don't see it as viable. We've tried it and have failed.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Seal.
follow up. Sorry, hate to drag this along. So, show me some middle ground. you're talking about it, and we're not getting there. I think there's a recurring theme here that we need to see a little bit of some kind of commercial element in here. So what is that middle ground? You want 3 stories, we want commercial. Where can we meet in the middle?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Seal, I guess, you know, if we want to try to find a compromise, we have the daycare here. If you wanted like an office building, you know, located here, that would make sense, across from the daycare. As far as the 3 stories, my professional opinion is, you know, we are from the nearest home, this is a collector, from the nearest rear lot line, I am, I believe, 275 feet to this 3-story unit, and I am 290 feet to this multifamily unit. But if you wanted to do, say, a 2-story transition, I would do them here. And then I would do some type of an office component here. And then maintaining the 3-story within the interior along the collector and along the arterial. I mean, that's just good planning. You know, we do need to provide diversity. It's more important now than I've ever seen it in the 30 years that I've been doing this. Variety is the name of the game, and our community is going to depend on it. I had a letter in my opposition packet from someone who lives within the 500 feet, 300 feet, indicating I'm an employer in this Treasure Valley, and I am interviewing employees from out of area, and I can't hire them because they can't find any housing or affordable housing or transitional housing. So, I mean, we've got to do what we can to obviously make our community balanced. And I guess that's the message I'd like to send. We're willing to work with the commission. I'm not drawing a hard line here. I'm trying.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Joe.
Sorry.
It's like-
My voice echoes, I guess. I don't. I understand what Becky is saying, the applicant, and I'm not saying she's wrong. I think what she's proposing as a transition from the south to the north works. I think that's a fair compromise from a planning perspective. I'm concerned about this office component. And by that, I mean because of the office across the street. And that is what keeps coming up. Those are not limited to any specific use, but because of the St. Luke's, because of those lot sizes, I've seen them just come up as offices. And mixed use neighborhood doesn't call just for offices. And there's already vacant lots over there that I assume will likely become more offices and ancillary to the medical use. That's why I mentioned in my staff report some type of retail or food or something that these residents, both existing and future, can walk to get a cup of coffee or something. I mean, yes, I come from San Diego. Granted, I'm not a communist like next door keeps calling me, but it just, when I was in college there, it was very nice to literally walk around the corner and be able to grab some food. You can't do that in a lot of places here in Meridian. So being able to offer a commercial component that has that capacity, I think would be a better benefit and a better fit than another office building. All right.
So, yeah, Madam Chair, I mean, you know, a coffee shop, a sandwich shop. I did take pictures of the commercial that's out there. We have dentists. We have the St. Luke's. We have a veterinary hospital. That's St. Luke's. So, you know, like I said, I don't want to compete with Brighton and Dave Turnbull. I don't want to rain on his parade. You know, maybe he's got a Starbucks going in. I'm not sure.
Yeah, some sort of local sandwich shop or so. Yeah, it might be
Okay.
better fit. Okay. Any other questions for staff or the applicant? Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk,
Madam Chair.
do we have a list
Yes, indeed, we do.
for people to? And before we get started, I know there's probably a lot of people who want to testify. So if we, as we're going through this, if you're hearing that your opinion has already been stated, I think, we've spent a lot of time here with the applicant and the staff report, listening to the issues. And I think we know that, of course, traffic and schools and that kind of thing is always top on people's mind. And we do want to hear your opinions, but if you're hearing the same things over and over, we can kind of get to a point where we can have a show of hands. And if that's your concern, we can glean from the show of hands that that's where we're at. And so with that, we'll begin with number one on the list. Who do we have?
Madam Chair, first on the list, we have Alex Brown.
Alex.
My name is Alex Brown. I live at 4060 East Amity Road, Meridian, Idaho. I'm right across the street from the intersection. I have 5.19 acres of ground. Just to the west of me is 40 acres that belongs to the school district, which she is saying that they're going to take my property and the school district property and put in lights and round tables. I've talked with the school district. They do not want a road on the west or the east side of that property. Whenever they put in a school, they want it closed off to a single exit in the front so they do not have people driving past there to get to the subdivisions that they're building to the north of us. I've lived at this property for 50 years. I have no obstructions or directions of, I don't oppose the people who are moving into these houses. I do oppose putting multi-family units in this area. They just built hundreds of multi-unit areas to the west of Meridian, off of Franklin, off of Overland, off of Houston. We do not need them out here. We have one at the corner of Lake Hazel and Maple Grove. That is a disaster. It is a slum. It has been there a very short time. But when you build the multi-unit areas out in the country where they do not have access to utilities or stores and things that are close, most of those people are put in there and they are given a rent assistance so they don't have cars to drive. They need to walk to wherever they go or get a bus. We don't have buses in this area. They keep talking that they're going to do buses and then they talk trains. Well, this part of the country has done away with trains and done away with buses years ago. It's not going to happen. They might get a bus in downtown Boise, but they're not going to have it out here in the country. We do not want multi-unit, multi-people in that area to construct and then to interfere with what is being built in the whole area around it. It is residential housing for single families. And they say, well, we don't want to get into the stuff that's going on to the south. Well, there's not very much going in there. He's putting in a few little things like they're putting in just to the east of this proposed subdivision. The nearest thing that's going to be used by people who live in there will be the Albertsons. That is 3/4 of miles away when they get it built. They're still building roads over there. They haven't started on that. Albertsons is not the prime grocery store in this area. People are not happy with Albertsons. That's why whenever they ran out Smith's, when they ran out Buttrey's, Winco and Fred Meyer's and Riley are still here because people want something besides what Albertsons offered, which is mostly high prices and products that are not up to par. That's about all I have to say about this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
All right. And in order to get through, I'd like to remind you, this is not a pep rally. This is a public hearing. So
Madam
next
Chair.
on the list.
Next, we have Dale Miracle identifying as the Rockhampton 1 HOA president.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Dale Miracle and I live at 12439 West Highlander Street in Boise. And I'm currently the HOA president of Rockhampton 1 subdivision. It's to the east of this development. And we do have some concerns about that. Our HOA people did a canvassing of the area to see what concerns they had about this development that's coming in. Probably the top of the list was schools, crowding. And I won't go into that much. The next was congestion of Amity and Cloverdale roads. And the last one was local congestion in our subdivision. As far as overcrowding, I'll just touch on that. It is a big concern. We are in Boise, the Boise side of things, and our main grade schools are Amity and Lake Hazel. And most of the grade schools are bused from there. As I understand it, the Hillsdale School cannot accept any more people at this time. But I haven't heard anything positive about that. Somebody else will talk about that in more detail. The next thing is congestion of Amity and Cloverdale roads. I did talk to a senior transportation planner for Ada County about what they had planned for Amity and Cloverdale roads. At present time, they told me that there was a roundabout at Amity and Cloverdale planned for 2026. And that was about all that they had for that area. They do have an open discussion. They want input on what would be needed in that area. And I'd hope that we collectively would put some of those projects earlier to combat what I think will be a lot of congestion on Amity and Cloverdale. The third thing is congestion in our subdivisions. I do appreciate the developer limiting cut-through traffic through our subdivision, but I think there'll still be some cut-through on Macumbo Street because it goes straight through to Cloverdale through Rockhampton. And I believe that with the congestion that I foresee happening on Amity, there'll be a lot of people that will try and cut through over to Cloverdale Road. At this time, along our subdivision, Rockhampton 1, there are no lights, or there is one walkway for pedestrians, and that's about it. So it's going to be a big concern. The other concern is we have another Lackland Street, but it goes into, it turns off and goes into another subdivision, but it can turn back and go back into Cloverdale. It's probably not as big a concern as our Macumbo Street being a straight through street, but it is a consideration for some of the multi-level 3-story apartments that might want to try and find shortcuts. The last thing is, I believe traffic will be so busy along that area that it is going to cause a lot of congestion. Cloverdale is already a very busy street, a lot busier than it was. And without any sort of improvements, I believe there's going to be quite a bit more congestion. Another concern is, especially with the apartment complexes, parking might be at a premium there around the apartments. And as with other apartment complexes that I've seen around town here, they choose to park on the roads and wherever else they can for their second and third vehicle or trailers or RVs. And I'm seeing this as a problem, and it might come into our subdivision to be parking along our park that is very conveniently placed there. Other than that, I think some other people are going to talk on more of these items. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Who do we have next, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, next is Jared Galm.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jared Gallman. I live at 3868 East Woodville Drive in Meridian. I represent my family and other neighbors to oppose the proposed Centerville community. I'm going to speak to you how this project is going to affect area schools now and in the future. The West Ada School District is facing significant challenges as it grapples with the explosive population growth our area has experienced in the past several years. In these proceedings, Engineering Solutions, representing Challenger Development, paints a romantic picture of how more schools are being planned to accommodate area students. Sadly, those schools are planned, but there's no funding to pay for their construction without relying on ballot initiatives for levies. Home values have skyrocketed in recent months, and as a result, the property taxes have risen as well. While we'd all like to say that we're going to do it for the children and be noble and vote to accept property tax increases to pay for new schools, reality is most residents probably won't. Hillsdale Elementary is across the street from the proposed development, and last year it was beyond capacity to adequately serve students and had an enrollment cap in place. In February, that cap was lifted due to redistricting, but the school is faced with overcrowding again with another cap imminent, forcing children who live within the walk zone to be bused to other area schools. This is not good for traffic, the environment, or the kids. It's important to know that Hillsdale Elementary, unlike other schools, does not have the physical space to add modular units or portable classrooms to accommodate more students. So once it reaches its cap, there is no room for growth. The district will have no choice but to bus kids elsewhere, as they've done in the past. If you look at the school impact table, Lake Hazel Middle School and Mountain View High School are already over capacity for the upcoming school year and will be beyond their capacities for years to come. Using West Ada School District's formula to estimate the number of new students the district would have to accommodate, this development would bring 123 new students, putting Hillsdale at 116% of capacity, Lake Hazel Middle at 108% of capacity, and Mountain View High at 121%. These numbers do not include the current construction occurring in Sky Mesa, Lavender Heights, The Keep, East Ridge, Orchard Creek, Shelburne, Calistoga, and Century Farm. Based on these developments and using West Ada's formula, another 200 or so students will be residing within the boundaries of Hillsdale and the other schools. As is evident, Hillsdale on its own will not be able to support these students. As area schools eclipse capacity, the quality of education our kids receive will diminish. I want to finish by saying that I understand that the state drives education funding and that local leadership believes it's powerless to help. I'm here to tell you that's not true. It's incumbent on the local government to manage growth to relieve the pressure on our education system until the state can deliver educational resources to accommodate growth. The buck stops with you. I'm not against development or progress, but I am against the developer trying to alter a plan that was thoughtfully established by the city to manage growth. The Centerville subdivision, as presented, doesn't fit with the existing South Meridian neighborhoods or the spirit of the city with its master plan. I implore you not to recommend the application to rezone as submitted and request that the developer revise the community design to fit within the city's existing plan. Do it for the children.
Madam Chair, next is James Phillips.
I'll be representing Meridian Southern Rim Coalition, so it'll be the 10 minutes request. My name is James Phillips. I live at 4140 East Rockhampton Street, Meridian. I'm here representing Meridian Southern Rim Coalition, and today we are calling on P&Z Commission to demonstrate good stewardship of public trust by recommending denial of Centerville subdivision. Throughout my presentation, I'll be making references to the City of Meridian comp plans. Why? Because it is a source document that the general public, developers, city partners, and decision makers reference and use to ensure Meridian is a premier place to live, work, and raise a family. The phrase being good steward of public trust is used by the City of Meridian's comp plan and is based on fundamental values of which P&Z commissioners and staff are entrusted to protect. A common theme today will be around P&Z, how P&Z can be good stewards of public trust by guiding strategic growth and ensuring sustainable neighborhoods. The current Centerville subdivision breaks public trust in three fundamental ways. One, does not meet public expectations set by the future land use map Flume, does not meet public expectations set by Meridian's comp plan, exasperates public's concerns seen as red flags and found in agency comments. So how do we as a general public set our expectations? It's the same way that agencies responsible for ensuring Meridian is a premier living place do. That is by using the Flume and comp plan. The red line outlines the area of Centerville subdivision. The blue line outlines mixed use neighborhood MUN designated areas found in the proposed subdivision. The MUN designation measures approximately 8.69 acres. Using MUN designation densities, we calculate the expected number of units to be between 48 and 108 units, so on average 78 units. Of note, a surprising large spread and one that provides developers with a lot of latitude when designing a preliminary plat. Again, this is what the general public and other coordinating agencies and partners do to determine possible area impact before land is developed. It is used to make real world decisions like whether or not to buy a home adjacent to an undeveloped parcel of land, or create 5-year plan based on projected Flume density ranges, or determine how best to adjust school boundaries to accommodate projected growth. It's important. However, the general public received the following. A quick back of the napkin calculation using the same MUN designated area specified by the Flume immediately raises red flags. 120 apartment units, 38 townhomes in the 8.69 acres area results in approximately 16 units per acre density. This density is higher than mixed use neighborhood densities, maxes of 12, mixed use community densities, maxes out at 15, but finally falls in acceptance densities ranges within mixed use regional densities. As an aside, redoing the calculation using the P&C staff report recommendation of 2 stories instead of 3 helps, but the density is still above the mixed use MUN accepted max. It's not until you make apartment buildings 1 story that the densities fall within acceptable ranges of MUN at 8.5 units per acre. Now, given that density is calculated in gross of the entire area being developed, and developers can have P&Z consider floating adjacent dense designations into less dense designation areas, thereby effectively averaging down dwelling densities, why does this matter? Why does this matter? Here's my point. Had the developer only purchased the parcel that sits in the MUN designated area and proposed the above mixed use plan, this is the analysis that P&Z staff would do. And the answer to the question, is this in line with Flume and comp plan, would be a simple and clear No. Where would such a mixed-use plan work? Becky did present some things that makes this plan a good plan, but where would it work? Per comp plan, it would best be suited for areas like those circled in red. And why? Because it matches dwelling densities. It's within walking distance to existing or planned public transportation routes, less than half a mile away, near major centers of commercial hubs and places of employments where job housing ratios are expected to be high, found off major key transportation corridors for which Hillsdale Avenue and Amity Road are not. In other words, the proposed mixed-use plan fits best where it can interface with urban designated areas. It's Development 101 on how to create a sustained neighborhood. Like I mentioned before, P&Z is allowed to float designations when calculating whether density is in compliance. This is a provision made in the comp plan. It states future land use designations are not parcel specific, meaning it's not expected the flume designation to align with parcels purchased by developers, hence the need for flexibility. However, this flexibility comes with constraints. Designation may not apply to more than 50% of the land being developed. My question for P&Z and staff is, how far is the MUN designation being floated in order to average down density to be below the 12 units per acre max? Is it in compliance with the comp plan? Or vice versa, how far is the medium density residential MDR designation being floated in order to consider Centerville subdivision density below max MDR acceptable density? Even if it is found to be technically compliant, are we approving of a practice that comes at the expense of promoting uncertainty and unpredictability? If we are to zoom out and include the additional Centerville subdivision parcels by using the floating technique to calculate whether or not densities are within acceptable ranges, we are simply covering up the dwelling density problem by allowing a mixed-use area with urban density and needs to interface with medium suburban density. It does not address the fundamental issue that the proposed mixed-use area has. Namely, it does not interface with appropriate size urban amenities, infrastructures, and services. These urban services is needed to create sustainable neighborhood. It's like using a Band-Aid to stop arterial bleeding. It's not going to work, and it doesn't bode well for the patient. City of Meridian's strategic plan states a growth goal to preserve and protect land use and zoning plans to promote certainty and predictability for future development, using floating and gross designation density calculations to conclude that a preliminary plat is generally consistent with the letter of the law is only the initial check. The P&Z should do. Arguably even more important is the check that the preliminary plan is consistent with the spirit of the law as outlined in the comp plan. Not doing so breaks public trust. P&Z and staff have the opportunity to guide strategic growth. And by recommending denial of Centerville's mixed-use proposal, the commission will demonstrate that they are good stewards of public trust and understand that it takes, show that they understand what it takes to create a sustainable neighborhood. In interest of time, I'll go ahead and cut this slide here. But as you know, just pointing out again, the mixed-use neighborhood that's proposed is not in line in multiple ways with the comp plan. Changing gears then, looking at the medium density residential MDR component of Centerville subdivision, there are a number of policy direction and comp plan guidance we want to point out that the public expects to be followed. Roadways should be used to transition between residential densities and housing types, not back fences. The new development should foster walkable and bikeable community. The new development are to be compatible with surrounding uses through buffering. Most importantly, location and balance of land use and density should be sustainable. Land use decisions have a direct effect on sustainability of how roadways function. Density also affects public facilities, services like schools and parks. Highlighted with different colors are items in the line that are not in line with the previous comp plan. Density transition issues in red. Walking spaces, which tend to be called pockets, I believe, are in green. Sustainable MDR density in orange. Missing buffering in yellow. It's kind of hard to see there. What does following these comp plan policy direction get our community? It provides school capacity breathing room, much needed, reduces traffic congestion, reduces conflict over shared public facilities, creates better quality of life. Lastly, Centerville subdivision exasperates public concerns, as seen here as red flags. Per Compass, a good job housing ratio is between 1 and 1.5. This is critical for supporting future high density urban housing. References rooftops and being important. Centerville subdivision's job housing ratio is 0.06. It's only going to exasperate. Again, in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and kind of run through here a little bit. One thing to point out in the traffic impact study, again, according to the study, it was done in 2018-19, and they use a forecasting of 2% increase on Hillsdale Avenue. There's been more than 2% increase in occupied houses just in the neighborhood. How can this projection possibly be accurate? Again, the entranceway on the west, 10% of the distribution. That's where the daycare is, that's where the apartment is, that's where they put the rear face townhomes. They're gonna go through there. How can that only be 10%? Resulting in bad assumptions. And just in closing, it's a matter of comp plan's policy direction to ensure that all planning, zoning, and land use decision balances the interests of the community. We ask the P&Z Commission demonstrate good stewardship of public trust by recommending denial at Centerville Division. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is Crystal Altieri.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Altieri. I reside at 4044 East Tennant Drive, Meridian, in the Hillsdale Creek subdivision. I'd like to address today fire safety concerns. In Chapter 6 on page 81 of the City of Meridian's comprehensive plan, it states, the Meridian Fire Department will continue to be an important asset in the development and land use decisions as they ensure there is adequate fire flow, access, and compliance with the fire code. On July 12th, 2021, Deputy Fire Chief of Prevention, Joseph Bonorgio, sent a concerned citizen a letter about the Centerville subdivision, in which I will highlight a few of his key points. The Centerville subdivision is closest to fire station number 4. The current reliability for fire station number 4 to the Centerville subdivision is 78% and does not meet the target goal of 80% or greater. The Centerville subdivision falls outside of the 5-minute area response time. Station 7, if approved and funded, will be able to help with the Centerville subdivision, but again, that has not even been built. Due to the 3-story apartments that are being planned, a ladder truck, it will be required for aerial attack. The minimum response time for a fire truck with a ladder for aerial prevention is 13 minutes, which falls outside of the 10-minute time frame the City of Meridian Fire Department requires. Excuse me. On May 20th, 2021, there was a house fire in Century Farms at 3635 East Meridia Street. The alarm sounded at Station 4 at 4:21 p.m. The fire department did not arrive on scene until 4:29 p.m., 8 minutes. The response time expected by the Meridian Fire Department is a goal of 5 minutes. They missed that 5-minute goal by 60%. The house has now been declared $350,000 in damages. In closing, I would like to quote what Mayor Simonson said in his 2021 State of the City address. We need to bring down our response times to meet our current goals. And that means doing the right thing to deliver the services our current residents expect and demand. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, next is Dee Skinner.
Good evening. My name is Dee Skinner. I live at 12425 West Highlander Street, Boise, Idaho, 83709. My residence is in the subdivision of Rockhampton 1, which is directly east of the proposed Centerville subdivision. We have 226 houses in Rockhampton 1 in a space of about 67 acres, or approximately 3.4 houses per acre. We are a mature subdivision, having been built in 2001. Most of our residents are adults who own their own home, enjoy taking their dog to the park, and walk along the many pathways around the houses. We in Rockhampton 1 will be greatly affected with this Centerville subdivision as it is proposed. The quality of life will be affected by extra traffic, overcrowded schools, packed roads, particularly Cloverdale, although that's not a direct connection. Other people can and will give more details on those topics. My concern, and the concern of many Rockhampton residents, is the overwhelming density of the proposed subdivision and the impact of quality of life on the new and current residents. Consider the impacts on the safety of children, fire and police protection, one exit to Amity, one exit to Hillsdale Avenue, and 2 exits onto residential streets of Rockhampton 1. Macombo and Laughlin are direct paths to Cloverdale, which will have increased traffic in car numbers and car pollution. Remember, that's residential streets. There are no pathways to enjoy walking around Centerville's neighborhood. The east and south border houses have nothing but street and sidewalk. I suppose it is left to the residents to provide landscaping. I hope the new residents enjoy the pavement jungle. Minimum space or open space is an embarrassment to that many housing units. I invite you and expect you to come and walk through the neighborhoods surrounding this acreage. Lower the density and make this proposed subdivision compatible with Meridian's comprehensive plan. This subdivision proposal is about how many houses or units can be jammed into this acreage and the impact on busy roads and schools and public services. It should be about homes, homes that provide a quality of living, where children play safely and go to school, where fire and police services are available quickly, where there is quality of life for new residents and residents of surrounding communities. Finally, please be in favor of reducing the density and stand for the quality of life that residents of Meridian deserve. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is Melissa Phillips.
My name is Melissa Phillips, and I'm at 4140 East Rockhampton Street in Meridian. I live in Hillsdale Creek, and my home is on the first lot that backs up to the proposed Centerville subdivision. We knew one day the property behind us would be developed and would be mostly medium density residential with 8 acres of mixed use neighborhood, as indicated on the future land use map. But when we viewed the original preliminary plat plan, we saw many red flags. Since June of 2020, when the plan was first brought forth at the neighborhood meeting, I have spent hours researching in meetings with our newly established committee, and I've spent a lot of time listening to planning and zoning and city council meetings, trying to understand what the vision of Meridian is. I have concluded that the proposed plan is largely not in line with Meridian's vision. On page 1-6 of the comprehensive plan, it states, the plan establishes a future vision and course of action based on the values and feedback of the community. The overall My Meridian Vision statement developed by the people of Meridian represents their voice about what they value in the community and an equally strong mandate for what they want of the future. The community has voiced what they want to see in their city. And if Meridian staff continues to value the community's input, then we ask that this developer be required to follow the comprehensive plan by promoting responsible land use by not maxing out dwelling densities. Our committee created a change.org petition to oppose the development as it was not in line with Meridian's vision. As of tonight, there's over 1,600 signatures. This demonstrates to us how much of a surprise this is to the community and is not what we expected for this undeveloped land. The comprehensive plan also states on page 1-1, thoughtful and deliberate planning is imperative to preserve and improve upon the current quality of life. I want this future neighborhood to be thoughtfully planned so my family, friends, neighbors' quality of life isn't jeopardized, and the future residents have a quality of life that they're proud of too. I'm not opposed to high density or apartments. They have a purpose. This is just not the place to plaque in 168 apartment units, 35 townhomes, and 124 single-family dwellings. When I drive past 3-story apartments in Meridian, they're along major transportation roads and in safe, keyword safe, walking distance to stores and public transportation. We ask the developer to do what is right for our community. Centerville can be changed to better create a neighborhood that is in line with Meridian's vision and serves our community better. I ask that the commission recommend denial of the Centerville preliminary plat as presented. And I just wanted to make one more bullet point comment from Becky's original presentation that ACHD had said okay to those lights on Hillsdale Avenue. But when we called ACHD, there was no topography taken of that street. And while a walking light would be great to get to the YMCA, there's no safe access for children to go down to the school still. So it is a hill and you can't see at the bottom of the hill if there's a walking light there. So anyway, thank you.
Madam Chair, next is Eric Schuerman.
Is Eric online or in the room? Okay.
Madam Chair, next is Amy Johnson.
My name is Amy Johnson, and I reside at 4069 East Tenant Drive in Meridian. It's the Hillsdale Creek subdivision as well. I'm actually very opposed to this development as currently written, and I concur with most of the public concerns about school overcrowding, traffic safety, and that this proposal is just not in keeping with the surrounding neighborhoods. But in addition to the sentiments, I would like to mostly focus on parking and traffic impacts. I sat on the Traffic Commission for the city of Beaverton, Oregon for 8 years. For reference, Beaverton is a suburban city and very similar size to Meridian and borders Portland, Oregon. It too experienced rapid growth during the past 20 years, and I feel like Meridian can learn from the mistakes it made to keep our city within the My Meridian vision plans. The majority of the complaints from the residents in Beaverton stemmed from parking and traffic. We played whack-a-mole with the parking restrictions around many neighborhoods that all began with multi-unit apartments and townhome communities, which often dedicated only one parking space per dwelling, when there was generally a need for 3 or more cars per dwelling. 3 to 4 visitor parking spaces were there for the whole complex. The building developments were all made within the city's minimum standards, but as we all know, reality often differs from design. However, Beaverton was different from Meridian in the sense that it has a robust public transportation system, obviating the need for as many vehicles and parking spaces. When residents of one community ran out of parking spaces, they parked in surrounding neighborhoods. They made the adjacent streets crowded and unsafe for motorists, pedestrians, residents of neighboring communities. Those affected neighborhood residents would then come to the Traffic Commission requesting parking restrictions as a means of preventing the problem. therefore kicking the can down to the next neighborhood. With Centerville, the obvious places for overflow parking are going to be the YMCA, which would conflict with their patrons' use of the lot, and Rockhampton Lane, which is in the Hillsdale Creek subdivision. Rockhampton Lane has a very steep elevation climb with a blind corner. Parking along this road is extremely dangerous, and we see that when Hillsdale Elementary hosts events. The Centerville plan before us does not provide enough buffer zones between the neighborhoods and spaces between lots to allow for adequate street parking. And when both sides of the roads are used for parking, whether it's allowed or not, it will not be safe. In addition, the staff report from the Meridian Fire Department dated 7/12 of 2021 found the agency comments on page 1 states that the North Apartment Complex is underparked and does not have visitor parking areas. This proves the point that this dense development does not provide enough parking for its own residents, and overflow will seep out of the development. I suggest that the Planning and Zoning Committee do away with the multifamily dwellings altogether and have Centerville mimic surrounding neighborhoods such as Hillsdale Creek, Shelburne, Century Farm, Rockhampton, etc. Keep the zoning to R8 medium density only. It would mostly eliminate those parking issues that would be created with these multifamily proposed dwellings, and it would be in keeping with Meridian's comprehensive plan. I just have a little bit more. May I finish? Cramming these multifamily dwellings is not responsible. On page 2-2 of the Meridian's comprehensive plan, you do outline that neighborhoods should also enhance and retain livability and value through innovatively designed amenities, pathways, public spaces, gathering spaces, and elements that prevent social interaction and provide the city with a sustainable tax base. High-density housing must be strategically located to public transportation, community services, and employment areas. This is not a strategic location for high-density housing. There are very few amenities, community services, and pathways designed. It's not located near public transportation, as mentioned above, or employment areas. There are multiple fundamental elements to this proposal that are in direct opposition to Meridian's vision. Parking is only one of them, but from my experience with working with the Traffic Commission, parking is a huge issue to consider when high-density developments are proposed. Please deny this proposal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is Alan Harris.
Hi, my name's Alan Harris. I live at 4066 East Tenant Drive. I came up to talk about recreation area. I don't think there's enough in the space, so I'll breeze through that real quick. We have a problem even up with the Centerville subdivision itself. The area that we have is Discovery Park is the largest park up there to play in and whatnot. That's going to be taken care of with all the housing that's going up there. That won't even exist for this area down here. I'd just like to talk with or address the gentleman that spoke first. I spoke with read something from a woman saying that the apartments will be a suitable and access expensive wise for people. It'll cover expenses and help veterans, seniors, and those that have a need because it will be less pricey. I am a veteran, I am a senior, and I also lived in those type of projects, those apartments when I was growing up for many years. This is not the area for it. It just is not the right area for it. I moved here with expectations, surround me with single family homes, fine. But to put an apartment complex, I believe it says 2 plots, 168 units. It's already been said, I don't need to reiterate the parking and stuff. But just, it is not affordable. People cannot get bused into town. The veterans, it's not for veterans, it's not for seniors. They're not going to be able to get around. That's just crazy. It's not going to happen. We don't have the transportation here. Again, it was already addressed with the fire department. There's a sign up at Discovery Park for the fire department that's going to go in. When? Again, let's keep this to the density that's already in the city records. I would appreciate that, really address that issue. I am not in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is Matthew Thiel.
I think while we're getting that presentation loaded, the commissioners have requested a 3-minute break. 2 hours is about the limit.
You're not dark chocolate? Oh. No, I'm okay. No, I'll take that. Too.
If everybody could take their seats again, we're ready to resume.
Hello, Madam Chair. My name is Matthew Teal. My address is 3515 East Woodville Drive. I was asked to speak on behalf of a committee of Century Farm subdivision residents. The subdivision still under the declarant, the HOA is still under the declarant control. So I was hoping that I would have more than 3 minutes with your permission.
How many more 10-minute people do we think we have in here? I mean, it seems like we've had a lot of those tonight. And who all are then, that's usually under the guise that then other people won't speak. So who else do we have left in the room that would like to speak tonight? Okay. Yeah. We're used to it. It happens. Go ahead.
Thank you. So Century Farm subdivision, it's Brighton development. There's 685 lots over to about 205 acres. There's two, that does not include 2 future phases, including also Cadence, which I'm not clear is part of that subdivision. There's a mixture of Brighton homes and other builders. Like I said, the HOA is still under the declarant control. Right? It's a pretty diverse community, 2 pools, great amenities, quality development, and a good community with a lot of good neighbors. And it's a great place to live. This is just kind of an overview of where it's located in proximity to the proposed Centerville subdivision. Wanted to talk a little bit about the policy directions again with the comprehensive plan. There's a couple, highlighted phrases and points to be made. You heard more about the data, the density dwellings. I'm more about a kind of a more subjective approach to this, more of an appearance. How does this affect livability, economics? How does it affect the transition between the neighborhoods? What other kind of other problems that may not be mentioned tonight? Again, I wanted to point out this, and as I'm sitting here thinking about this, all the perfect storm of problems, whether it's schools or the roads, I'm thinking personally that maybe the comprehensive plan that we're sticking to does need to be revised. Maybe the high density is not the best thing given the challenges and how difficult it would be to build a new school or to construct new roads. But the question we're asking is this an appropriate use, right? Is this the best thing that we can do for the community, right? Is there a solid buffer or transition, not just for the residents in the surrounding neighborhoods, but what about the single family homes on the border there in yellow? Where's their transition? I started to put together a map of local, where are people going to work? And I saw a Compass piece that said there's 670 jobs within a mile of the proposed subdivision. I'm trying to think of where are these jobs? And I could only come to the conclusion that the bulk of them were with the schools that are there. If you see the pink area is the current subdivision that's being proposed. I tried to outline areas that where there might be some jobs and commercial space, but the bulk of it's several miles away from that main corridor and Overland and on the freeway and up north, Franklin and those areas where you do find apartment complexes and multi-use, where you do find higher density dwellings. And there's not a lot of walkable space or public transportation south of I-84, especially in this area. This is already pointed out by the planning and zoning employees that there's a limited use of what makes up mixed use areas. And I will say that as I'm sitting here listening to comments about toadstool offices, I'm thinking my wife was looking for an office. How great would it have been? She works from home. She would have probably wanted to walk, take the kids to school and then go right to the office, but she's already found office space. And she was texting me as I'm sitting here saying, we need restaurants, we need salons and spas, we need groceries and other retail areas. Even things like the clubhouse that's there, it's really, my guess is it's limited to the residents in that neighborhood, not to the public. And the daycare is somewhat limited in size for the area. All right, so talking about livability, high quality of life, right? Protecting the identity of existing residential neighborhoods, which I think is one of the, and I do have to appreciate Becky though, because she did, for those neighborhood meetings, she was very calm and collective, and it was like feeding to the wolves. There was a lot of angry people about this, and she remained professional the whole time. And I think that's something to point out and be appreciative for. And so the things about the existing neighborhoods, right? We don't really have alleyways. There's no apartments around in this area. As far as Century Farm subdivision is concerned, you can't park on the streets in the CC&Rs. And I realize that you guys aren't in charge of CC&Rs, but it's something to point out because it is part of the identity of the neighborhood, right? Something as simple as rentals. You're not allowed to rent your house out. I say townhomes, it's really those on the southwest corner of the whole block. There are some smaller lot, higher density dwellings within Century Farm subdivision. So they are there, right? There is a diverse design of dwellings throughout the entire subdivision. And there's definitely flowing open spaces. And I'll show you some pictures in a bit. And also the verges. And I think that really it's that grassy area between the sidewalk and the houses that exist that I think really gives it a more open higher end feel for the neighborhood. I actually started out on one Saturday wanting to go drive around. My hypothesis was that the most apartment complexes result in people parking on the streets. And I did drive around to several places, some of which were actually did just that and really in a bad fashion. Others were actually well contained, but I heard that the Planning and Zoning Commission changed the rules for how many units are attributable to an apartment. So I've left those slides off of this, but this gives you kind of a visual of what you're driving through. And I'm not sure how many people drive through this area and how familiar you are with it, but here's just kind of a picture of right out front of Hillsdale Elementary, right? And you can talk, this is one that's over in Hillsdale subdivision, open, and you see that it's clean. Here's where you're leaving Hillsdale for Rockhampton. It's a little bit more older neighborhood, but it's still nice. And it's not, people aren't parking all over the streets and people aren't, it doesn't feel crowded and bunched up, because that's really what this concern is that we're packing people in like sardines in this area. Yes, in the name of affordable housing, but are we really doing the right decision by doing that? Is this the right move to make? Right? These are more pictures of Rockhampton. This is one from Century Farm. This is another from Century Farm as well. You can see the open space right here, looking down the road, and it's clean. Now you start getting into higher density area within Century Farm. You'll notice that people, I don't know about you, but they don't park in their garage. Their garage is too tiny in these lots for 2 cars. They're going to be parking out in the driveways, and then houses with more than 2 vehicles are going to end up be parking on the street. You can see how things kind of change, right? Century Farm, a higher density area. And I went to one of the existing subdivisions And this is what we're trying. This is a CBH one that's off of Black Cat Road between Chinnen and McMillan. And you can start seeing how it's the same thing happening. We're trying to avoid this look right here, this look and feel, where they're just all lined up down the road. People were parking in their driveways. Some of them were sticking out on the streets, right? This is not Century Farm. This is not Hillsdale. This is not Rockhampton. Okay. Pools. So talk about preserving. So the YMCA, they built multi-million-dollar pools, or you have to book a reservation to use those because of the fire code. There's too many people in the area, right? Even the Century Farm subdivision, the residents want a third pool. They've been petitioning Brighton for that. These are some kind of planning and zoning things that I came up with. There's 200 feet of sidewalk missing right here. You can see where the development is. There's also it's a curve. It curves downhill and around the corner. We also need to make sure we're connecting the existing sidewalk to the proposed subdivision. But that's as a safety concern right here. Right. This is a tree. It's kind of petty to put it in here, but I think a lot of people, if you cut that big oak tree down, you're going to have a lot of angry people. And I think that oak tree sits on the actual lot lines or parcel lines. I'm not positive depending on what you look at. I was looking at some of the stormwater runoff. It's all done underground. There's some geotext that says this is great. I just want to make sure that you guys are scrutinizing that, making sure that we have the right and sufficient qualities. Once you bury it underground, it's going to be difficult to amend to it if it's not designed properly. Then traffic. And this is an interesting, I don't want to talk too much about traffic, but I think the whole point that I'm trying to make is that are we exacerbating future problems? And Ryan, and this is from an article that KTVB wrote, and here you have Ryan Henson, you can't build your way out of congestion. At some point you have to manage it. And are we managing correctly by continuing to pack more people into these lots, into these parcels without consideration for all the other development that's going on? And you guys, in closing, you have quite a bit of local concerns and things you guys need to consider. And I did put affordable living in here because I don't think people are necessarily opposed to it. I think they just want it to be managed correctly and to be balanced and within reason and common sense and with regard for the surrounding communities and amenities. And right now, I don't think as this plat is proposed that it does very little of that. And I think there's a lot of grave concerns. And I don't think people want to be, we told you so. We don't want that to happen. Once it's built, you can't go back and undo it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and appreciate it.
Madam Chair, next is John Nacy.
Madam Chairman, and thank you for the time. By way of introduction, my name is John Nazeth. I'm a property developer. I develop multifamily properties in Utah and have a few underway right now, so I understand the context and understand the strategy. I'm also a CFO and financial advisor of companies. Also want to introduce, I grew up in San Diego, and when I grew up there, it was a wonderful community to grow up in. And there's reasons why I haven't lived there for a long time and moved away and moved here. And I moved into, sorry, I live at 5275 Hillsdale. It's a wonderful place to live. And I bought the house because of the community and because it's a forever home where I saw my kids could run around and be safe. As we walked away from the last team community meeting they had there, I listened to all the facts, but at the end of the day, I just felt like what was my forever home is now this whole community is going to be turned into a beginner home setup. And it's not a place where it will retain where I can keep for a long time. I feel like it'd be being pushed out for various reasons. I wanted to point out a few of those. 5275 South Akron is my home. Sorry, I was nervous on that. It's a great home. So the comment was made earlier that Joe wasn't sure. Oh, by the way, good luck on the honeymoon. Hope we'll get it done here soon. Wasn't sure what the changes to the zoning was meant by. I think it's all the things that were described today. It really is this expectation of what are we buying into? What is the investment that we made as homeowners for where we want to raise our families compared to the investment that this developer is making and what they want to make as profit and then move on. We've invested in this property, in this community, and this is where we want to stay. Also, I'll skip that one. My point is, this is our home. This isn't just a site where we live or where we built. These are our homes. 3 main points I wanted to make. There's a food desert where we live. A lot of bigger multifamily things. Let's talk about where you can't get food in the area. This is literally a food desert. My kids, it's not safe to walk to anywhere currently to get food. I can ride my bike, but those are dangerous streets and those good things. It's also going to become a water desert. People who have wells in our neighborhood, there's problems there. And as we're seeing what is not right now a nice path to walk to the YMCA is going to be gone, and they're going to move the stuff underground. The concern is there going to be enough water for our communities as you add more people taking it? Even just as the property's been built out, my shower pressure has gotten a lot less powerful than it was as it's been built. So from an investment perspective, I think it just boils down to, I'm a CFO of CPA. I think it boils down to, there's a strategy to pack as many units into this property as possible. And I understand that. I thought it was interesting when the question was asked, what do they think about having 3 units, 3-level stories? I think it would be absolutely wrong to have 3 levels in the unit. I think as you enter our street and into the broader community there, that is the face of the community, seeing these big things, and people who don't know the area will think that's what's all is in there. I thought the interesting answer was that, I think her name is Becky, said she would cry when what was her response? It made her want to cry. I think that her developer has made plenty of profit in the last number of years by these property values going up, and he's going to make crazy profit as it is, even without the multifamily. So let him take some of that profit, pay her a little bit more so she doesn't have to cry, and then let's move on. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, next is Russell Anderson.
Russell Anderson. I live at 4414 South Sea Biscuit Avenue, which is right on the corner of Amity and Cloverdale. Give you a little background. I've been in Idaho for 60 years, moved here to Boise from Mountain Home. I was on the city council for 8 years, 15 years on the volunteer fire department, 31 years highway district. They pretty much covered everything, I can tell you that. Response time on the fire department, that does affect everyone living in Meridian. That will affect your insurance, your businesses, and that as that goes up, your insurance rates are going to go up. As far as water, going to be a concern. The irrigation districts run out of water. What are these subdivisions going to do to irrigate all their greenscape, which you want? They're going to use city water. And I know from a town that used wells for all their irrigation primarily, that's a challenge, because if 1 or 2 go down, we have trouble. So I just think I hear proposed. This plat is not ready to move forward. I think it goes back to the city staff. We need to rehash, bring it back and look at it again. This is not ready. There's so many lots out there right now that have not come online that are approved, and they're done. They're just got to build them. It's slow a little bit right now because of materials, labor, all that. I think we're in for a slowdown. I think this high density is not for this area, and everybody else has done a great job, and I thank them, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is George Hoxie.
Do you have the slides? Oh, thank you. George Hoxie. I live at 4184 East Rockhampton Street. That's in the Hillsdale neighborhood, immediately south of the proposed development. Some of my comments here have already been addressed. I will do my best to skip over those in the interest of everybody's time, but I do want to maybe add some additional color or flavor on a few of them. Fundamentally, I do not believe that multifamily fits in this location. I think that point has been made very well. That we are not near major roadways. We are not near public transportation. There are no major retail centers. And as was pointed out in the Compass report, we are very short on jobs in the area. I do want to talk a little bit about Hillsdale Avenue specifically. I was unable, and I haven't found anybody else that is able to find any traffic study or any traffic counts that have ever been done on that road. So I'm very curious how a decision was made in terms of no left-hand turn lane needed into this development. There's no dedicated turn lane needed if there was never a study done. Because I cannot find traffic counts for Hillsdale Avenue, nor for Howery Lane back, before it was developed. And so I think that's an oversight, certainly. And I think it should be looked at. Also, just to touch on public transportation, I think right now the nearest bus stop is about 2.5 miles away. The nearest planned bus stop is still over 0.5 mile away. And you'd have to walk down Amity and up Eagle to get there. And looking at the staff report, I noticed that they made a comment that they don't consider Amity to be walkable. So, we really shouldn't look at the Albertsons as a walkable shopping center for this development. And I would definitely agree with that. I would not walk on Amity. I would not ride a bike on Amity. Very unsafe. The shopping center, just a bit to touch on that. It was approved in 2017. It hasn't broken ground. The last delay I believe they asked for was last year. The reason stated was a lack of labor. I do not think we're in a better labor situation today than we were a year ago. I think we're in a worse labor situation today. And so I would have serious concern about, when is that shopping center really going to happen, right? I'll talk a little bit about parking concerns and safe route to school. Again, some of this has been touched on, but I'll move quickly. I want to focus on the southwest corner again here, which is the entrance, the main entrance to Hillsdale. So this is the zoom in here of the southwest corner. Rockhampton Street is the main entrance, the only entrance in and out of Hillsdale Creek that goes to a collector. The other ways to get in and out of Hillsdale Creek would lead us through either Century Farm or the Rockhampton development. So this is really the prime way for us to get in and out. It is also very close to, you'll notice Hillsdale Elementary is right over here, right? And so my concern is about overflow parking and what that does from a safe route to school perspective. I believe this is the nearest public street that allows parking. And so it will be the first one that will be filled up with cars as they overflow from the multifamily development. There is a pathway that has been put in here from the Centerville subdivision that will lead right to the Cunningham lateral. We cannot close this off. So this is open fencing. There's nothing here preventing students from walking this direction, coming across an uncontrolled crossing. There is no crosswalk there. There is no crossing guard in order to get to school. So while I believe the proposed crosswalk at Hill Park will help the northern half of the subdivision, the southern half of the subdivision will be, this is the fast way to school, and it'll be very dangerous. So in conclusion, quickly, I oppose the development as proposed. I am not opposed to development. I would like to see a plan that is more in line with the Flume, where there is 9 acres of MUN. I would love to see some residential restaurants, a local grocer, things like that would be fantastic. That's what's needed in the area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is Elizabeth McDowell.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth McDowell, and I live at 3839 East Fratello Street in the Shelburne subdivision. I'm here to speak in opposition to the planned Centerville subdivision. I'm a 19-year resident of the Treasure Valley, so I've seen the explosive growth that's taken place in our area in that time, and there's no doubt that affordable housing is needed. The demand for rental properties is huge, and we do need more multifamily dwellings. However, South Meridian is not the appropriate location. The issue I'm most concerned with is that there are hundreds of homes in South Ada County solely relying on well water for their households. And these are not necessarily large farms. They are often homes on quarter-acre lots built before city water lines were run to the area. Many of them have recently been affected by the incredible surge of new development, causing their wells to suddenly run dry. In May of this year, Channel 2 News reported on one local resident who was without any water to his home for months. Drilling companies had wait lists that were months long, and the cost to the homeowner to drill the well deeper would be $30,000. He would have no running water to his home during this wait time. A neighbor even ran a garden hose to the property, so this resident would have some water while he worked to resolve this problem. And he is not the only one. Channel 2 reported that this resident received over 600 phone calls from other area residents who were being affected similarly or were concerned that they could be next because their homes were also on well water. Our community is in a crisis for groundwater. I was fascinated to recently learn that our groundwater is an aquifer, which is replenished by natural precipitation and farm irrigation. My rudimentary understanding is that when all of our land is no longer used for agricultural purposes and gets paved over with parking lots and roads, our water table drops, our wells run dry, and then must be drilled deeper. This irresponsible overdevelopment cannot be allowed to continue. It is required by Idaho law that this commission ensure necessary resources will be available to all residents before any development is approved. When my husband and I purchased our home in Meridian last year, we had no idea how truly inadequate these resources were. We, along with many neighbors I've spoken to, naively assumed that responsible development was taking place. It is now clear to me that this is not the case. In South Meridian, our schools are over capacity, our roads are dangerously inadequate, we lack close by emergency services, and many homes are losing access to their household water. This is unacceptable and against the law. In my opinion, our city needs to institute a moratorium on building, as some other local area municipalities have done, until our infrastructure can catch up and responsible growth can take place. Developers need to be required by law to fund necessary infrastructure before development is permitted. We are all here because we care about our community. We don't need high-density residences with parking lots and concrete. We need houses with yards, schools with fields, parks, walking paths, and nature. Bottom line, this plan is simply not compatible with surrounding neighborhoods and will serve to severely negatively impact the ability of current residents to enjoy our neighborhoods. I would ask that this commission deny this proposal. I'd also like to add dog groomers to the list of businesses that would be great in that little area. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next on the list is Paul Presswitch.
Hello, I'd like to talk a little bit about the TIS report and the data, the numbers that have been provided to the staff.
Did you give your name and address for the record?
Paul
please, sir?
Prestwich, 5249 South Bleachfield.
Okay.
Gotcha. And I'd like to talk about the numbers there. As was said earlier, the number of trips according to the proposed development is going to be 2,599 approximately. And I'm going to use 2,600 as my number that are going to be occurring each and every day as a result of this proposed development. Now, of that, the distribution that the TIS indicates is that 70% are supposed to go out onto Amity Road. That's 1,819 trips turning onto that 2-lane road with maybe a little turn lane that they can get into. The other 30%, surprisingly enough, were equally distributed between the other areas. Hillsdale Boulevard, the collector road, is supposed to take 10% of the traffic, but Rockhampton is also supposed to take 10% of the traffic, as is Hillsdale Creek. So 260 trips per day they schedule to go through the surrounding neighborhoods. Now, according to the staff report that the staff had earlier, they said the site traffic's not expected to travel south and to reach Amity Road or Cloverdale, since direct access is available through Amarita. It's not practicable for the traffic and the site to go to the south or the north, but yet the plan specifically says that's what's going to happen, 260 trips into those residential neighborhoods, at least. Now, I'd also like to talk about one of the other things that was brought up earlier, which is the baseline. They said the TIS, no new traffic counts were collected. Old counts from 2018 and 19 were used. A lot of development occurred in this area between 2018 and 2020. A lot of build outs occurred, a lot more traffic, but yet they didn't use those counts. Why is this important? It's important because it establishes for the developer a lower baseline by which to extrapolate future numbers from, meaning our traffic counts are probably way low in this TIS because they're not using current data and numbers. When you look at the TIS, virtually every option that they propose here, here's one that says the segment between Amity and Eagle and Cloverdale They're expected to exceed ACHD level of service planning thresholds with the existing lane configuration for the peak hours. It's going to fail. What's the remedy? Well, build a 5-lane road. That's not anybody's plan. Put in a 3-lane road. Yeah, that's coming 15 to 20 years. Put in the little stub medium. Well, remember, coming off of Amity into this development, 1,800 cars are supposed to be turning in there every day. So that's going to create a lot of traffic nightmare. If you look at the TIS, virtually every single option they have here says it's going to fail by 2025. Now, I would hope that each and every one of us here, each of you in the planning area, would plan to succeed, not plan to fail. Deny this development because it's got some bad numbers to it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, next is Rebecca Prestwich.
Commission, can you hear me?
Yeah.
This one? All right, right there. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'm Rebecca Prestwich, and I live at 5249 South Bleachfield Road in the or street or avenue, I don't know what it's called, in the Hillsdale Creek subdivision. That particular street starts at Rockhampton at the and it goes and it just weaves around, and it actually has 4 different names as you go down the same street into the community. It's a small community in that street. Families play in the street. Children are out riding their bicycles. People are sitting in their front lawns, visiting with one another. And it's a really pleasant community to live in. And I think that that embodies the vision that Meridian has as a premier community and a place to live and work. I'm not going to repeat all the things that have been said tonight because I think they've been eloquently spoken. But I do want to speak about some of the definitions and some of the codes in the Idaho statutes. So that will be what I address. The city's AOCI is negotiated with Ada County pursuant to the Local Land Use Planning Act. Within that, their unincorporated areas of Ada County have the day-to-day administration of the city, as you well know. Now, the county uses the city's adopted comprehensive plan, which has been spoken about many times. This comprehensive plan counts the area of this development as rural transition. It's rural urban, transition zoning. Now, the definition of rural transition zoning was a surprise to me. The RET zone allows 5-acre lots, single-family residential development, as well as agricultural related uses and a range of some conditional uses. Now, that doesn't describe anything about that community to me that's being proposed. The subject property currently contains 2 future land use designations, as you've heard. And I got these numbers from the county assessor. I've put this into the file so you can refer back to it if you want to. The mixed-use neighborhood designation is 9.97 acres. The medium density residential consisting of 28.9 acres. Idaho Code 67-6511 requires the zoning district shall be in accordance with the adopted plan. Shall. I looked up with the meaning in the plan, what shall meant, and it says meant to be. It will happen. That's in accordance with the plan, the comprehensive plan. As I was listening at the beginning of this meeting, and I was listening to the members of the committee, it seemed to me the questions that were being asked to the developer, the committee had already made a decision that they were going to approve this development. That seems surprising to me. And I don't know if that's really your intention, but it seemed to me that that's exactly what you were doing. And you have to ask yourself, with so many people attending this meeting and so many objections and questions that have been raised. Is this really the appropriate development for the parcel in question? I want to also say,
Yeah, if you could wrap up your thoughts, your time.
I'm sorry, I thought I had 10 minutes. I'm representing the Hillsdale Creek HOA, and I apologize for not saying that.
And who here are you, are you speaking on behalf of?
The Hillsdale Creek
Okay.
Homeowners Association. I apologize for not saying that. As in the staff analysis, it was stated, the applicant has not proposed to incorporate additional neighborhood servicing uses and meet all the comprehensive plan policies for this designation. So it hasn't done that. It's not complying with all of the designations, and it's not complying with the requirement. The applicant is proposing a mixed-use neighborhood. That's different. I mean, mixed-use residential. That's different than the mixed-use neighborhood. The mixed-use residential in the city plan is intended for city centers where there is more need for high-density housing, for people to get to work quickly. And you've heard that people can't get to work. You've heard that there's no transportation. The roads that they would have to travel on and walk on are extremely dangerous. And imagine if someone were to get hurt or an accident would occur or even a life were lost, how this would be affected in the neighborhood and how people would feel. As stated in the analysis notes of the staff, the overall gross density proposed lies near the absolute maximum allowed. It can be rounded down for future land purposes, but for this simple fact, staff recommends a reduction in the maximum number of units throughout the site. Why is it that developers are allowed to go to the maximum and then they get to round down and manipulate their numbers to fit into a plan? That doesn't set well with most of the community members. The Community Planning Association of Southwest Idaho, Compass, provided data regarding this project. Compass recommendation says Amity Road is not recognized in Community Motions Plan 2040 2.0 as one of the key, and it is one of the key unfunded corridors. The Valley Connect, the 2.0, has identified future transit service, but no anticipation of completed route. Nearest bus stop is 2.6 miles. Now imagine if you're a mom and you've got a child with a burning fever and you need to get to your doctor and you have to walk 2.6 miles, and heaven forbid it would be in the snow. How would you feel about, your child? The nearest grocery store is 2.4 miles, and everyone talks about Albertsons. But the fact is that if you're in an economic position to live in a community that would help support your rent, you can't afford to shop at Albertsons. It's one of the most expensive grocery stores there is. And that is a disservice to the members of that community to put them in a place where they can't get the groceries they can afford. And there are plenty of other grocery stores in town where you can. Fire protection needs to be spoken to. Fire protection, according to Title 8 of the ordinance code of the ACHD, fire protection shall be provided to all areas within the planned community with a response time of 5 minutes. You've heard that that is a failed test. The fire department cannot meet that time, and I have their letter, and it's in your file. It's posted online. And item E, the fire department cannot meet the response time of 5 minutes, and it cannot meet the response time goal of 12 minutes for the ladder truck. So that means that if a fire were to occur in that community, those residents would be facing imminent danger. I'm certain that you don't want to put anybody in that position. I don't want anyone to be in that position. I think it's really sad that we put in developments before we have the infrastructure. I know that our statutes require that all of the infrastructure be in place before we approve these developments. And please take that into consideration when you're making this plan. I just want to add to what's been said about the schools, and I know you're probably tired of it, but this was from the West Ada School District. And I quote, "To meet the need for additional school capacity, West Ada will gladly accept the donation of land appropriation for a school site. Passage of a bond will be required prior to the commencement of new school construction." So schools are not going to be met their needs in a very near future. The last bond was voted down. People don't understand how the government here, the new people coming in don't understand the procedures of government and who funds what and who does what. And that is creating a lot of unrest and dissatisfaction in the community. Engineering Solutions said in their report, the intersection at where we're talking about the isn't it Hillsdale and Amity, that is anticipated to exceed maximum operational thresholds and trigger mitigation by 2023, with additional background traffic increase of approximately 380 vehicles during the peak hour, and beyond 2020, existing traffic volumes will grow. That's all I want to say. There's just too much happening in our community. Growth is happening too fast. It's time for us to take a pause. And the members of the community would respectfully request that you consider pausing and sending this proposal back to the development and keeping it within the flume. And we thank you very much.
Madam Chair, next is Michael Bauer.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Seal.
just in the interest of time, if anybody else is going to speak on someone else's behalf, can we see who they're speaking on behalf of? Because more than half of our speakers so far have been speaking for a larger group, although I'm unaware of anybody that they have spoken for.
Yeah, if we could keep it to comments that are new on issues that we haven't already heard. And Madam Clerk, who do we have next?
Madam Chair, that's Michael Bauer.
Michael Bauer. Not here. Okay.
Madam Chair, next is Lorelei Sturkey.
Okay.
Madam Chair, that's the last I have on the list.
Is there anyone else in the room that has something new to add? Okay. In the front here. Come on.
My name's Brian Snow, 4206 East Rockhampton. My property is adjacent to the proposed development. I purchased my home in 2019 while I was stationed overseas in Bagram Air Force Base. It was a tumultuous time with a lot of bad memories that I'll surmise saying war is bad. The thing that I enjoy about this community is that it's peaceful and quiet. And my backyard, I see the sunset every night. And I really don't want to see a 3-story apartment building. So I would like to say thank you for the proposed change, going from 3 stories down to 2. That we don't need vertical growth. We need to see the sunset. Thank you.
Sir in the back.
Hi, my name is Eric Sherman. I live at 12887 West Auckland Street, which is inside the Hillsdale Creek subdivision. I just wanted to talk about one specific issue. I kind of got here late, so I'm not sure if I saw anybody talk about this. I didn't see it while I was here, so I'm going to talk about it. But Hillsdale, where Hillsdale comes into Rockhampton, right there, kind of like in front of the school. We have a lot of cars that pile there when Hillsdale Elementary has an event. So the reason why I want to talk about this is because they actually back up all the way on both sides of the street. There are no parking restrictions on that street. And so they kind of curl around that street. I don't know if there's like a map somewhere. Sorry, I didn't have come prepared, but it curls around and then kind of comes into Hillsdale's like amenities area. And so there's cars that are all backed up throughout there whenever they have an event. So we can't even get in our homes then. The cars are on both sides of the street. You cannot put two cars in the street at the same time. So I'm surprised that there hasn't been anything that's already occurred there with like somebody just opening a door, as simple as that, and somebody getting taken out already. So my question is, how does anyone propose that having a subdivision with thousands of people in it, that street would be clear at any point, let alone when Hillsdale Elementary has an event? What would happen if Hillsdale Elementary would already have an event that would crash the streets? And then you're talking about adding thousands of more people in a subdivision next door. So thank you. That's my time.
Thank you. Sir.
My name is Troy Jackson, President of the Board of Directors for Hillsdale Creek. Just a quick addition to what I'm also hearing tonight in regards to the traffic and the school. My wife and I and my 3 children moved 2 blocks closer to Hillsdale Creek so that our daughter could continue going to school there. And now I've got the next 2 coming up through the ranks. This year, it'll be 2 of our children. We can't go there. There's 3 houses between my house and that school, and my children cannot go to that school. So I hear talk about, we talk to the school district and there's room and we can ship and bus and all this stuff. We changed our lives around and moved into a house that, of course, cost more than double what we were living in to get our kids into a school that we were already going to, that they gave us special permission. They can't go there. So when I hear this, I want to laugh and then I want to be upset. The reality of it is that I don't care who is talking to who, that school is full. And YMCA is full too. So good for that, because our kids can't go and enjoy that. And now, as you just heard my neighbor before me, we're talking about adding hundreds of people to something that we cannot imagine. And I don't care. I obviously, like anyone that's living where I live and where some of these folks live, we don't want to see a bunch of apartments there, but most of them, it comes from a good place. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. And I'm just asking that, these constituents can be heard tonight when it comes to this development. That's not going to work, and we got to do something to do the stopgap on this. And my daughter here almost got killed by a car right on that street. It's so dangerous right there. I mean, there's 5 people in this room that stood there and watched. We're just trying to cross. My neighbors are trying to go through people's backyards to safely dodge. It's like a war zone. It shouldn't be like that. And it is. And I'm telling you, no matter who's talking to who, that's the reality that we got going on in our little subdivision right next door to what's going on or proposed to be going on there. And thank you. Appreciate it.
Sir.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Foreman. I live on 12319 West Billabong Street in Rockhampton neighborhood. So I thought it was interesting that we heard at the beginning that these 12-plex apartments won't affect anyone. And that was spoken by somebody that doesn't live in the area. And so I think these people's voices have been heard quite clearly. It's going to affect fire, school, water, traffic congestion, parking, character of the neighborhood. And everybody has tons of facts and figures they can throw out. And like this gentleman just said, I live within walking distance to Hillsdale Elementary School. I can't send my kids there either. I had to temporarily move out of the neighborhood and came back because of school, COVID and school situations. We wanted to put our kids in Hillsdale Elementary School. My wife called the school and they said, we can't even talk to you. The conversation was literally 30 seconds and they said, you're gonna have to bus your kids somewhere else. So does it seem fair to open up a whole new section with 138 different units for, that many more kids, where the people that live there, they already can't send their children to the schools that are in their neighborhoods? One other comment is usually the counter response to the traffic, congestion that's going to be made is they say, well, there's 9.5 trips per single family home, but there's 5.4 trips per multi-use homes. Well, that sounds good. It sounds like, oh, now we're actually reducing the congestion. But the point is, no, with multifamily units, we're adding 5.4 trips to the roads in addition to what's already there. So let's not get confused by the math. It's not that, oh, by building multiplexes, now we have less traffic. We have more. It's just perhaps that there's a little bit less as compared to single family units. What we want as a community is we don't want any tall buildings, right? I like the idea of reducing it down to 2 levels. I'd love to have, single family units. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think the common theme that we're all saying here is 12-plex apartment buildings doesn't fit the area. There's none of those anywhere else in within several miles of the area. Let's do away with this plan. Let's start back at the drawing board and not just get carried away with, building and building something that doesn't fit the area. Thanks.
Anybody else?
My name is Jim Wiley. I live at 12553 Dalrymple Court in Rockhampton, 1 in Boise. And I hadn't originally expected to speak, but there were a couple of things, and I'll make you guys really happy. There's only 3 items that I wanted to discuss. First of all, nobody has really brought this up yet, but I want to thank the developer and the architects for coming up with a beautiful plan. I love it. I think it looks beautiful. I think it's great. I can't wait till they break ground, and I hope they tell me where the new location is going to be when they break ground, because I want to be there to see it. It should not be here. The 3 things that I come up, one thing that she had mentioned was we have these beautiful townhomes with 2-car garages, and then 2 cars can park in the driveway. I don't know anybody that parks 4 cars in a house. Just down the street at the corner of Amity and Eagle is a beautiful new storage facility going in, because people have too much stuff. You're not going to park 2 cars in the garage and 2 cars in the driveway. They're going to be parked on the street. Another one is they talked about concerns about plans for traffic changes. I keep hearing the word proposed, and proposed always scares me half to death, because proposed is that fairy tale land out there. And you guys talked earlier about the conditional use permit for Cole Schools for 4 units to go, temporary buildings to go down there. And one of the commissioners even brought up the idea, what do we do 4 years from now when, can they extend this? Can they extend it and extend it and extend it? So anytime you talk about something being proposed, whether it's street improvements, they talk about a temporary light, they talk about all these different things that they want to propose. I don't think any of them should be considered until they're in writing and they've been approved. And we know that they're going to happen, because proposals get changed all the time. We've seen it with this. And then the last one that she had mentioned was the impact of the 3-story apartments on the homes that were, she says the nearest home is 500 feet away. She's wrong. And don't listen to her when she says that, because she is wrong, because there are townhomes going right across the street from those. And there are new homes that are going to be built closer than 500 feet. And we have to think about the impact of what these new residents are going to have. And you can say, well, if they don't like looking at the apartments, they shouldn't live there. Well, that's not the proper way to be thinking. And I don't think that's the way any of us want to address that problem. There are going to be people that are going to be closer than 500 feet or whatever the number that she gave. They're not going to like it, and they're going to have problems with it later on. Let's address the problem now, and let's get it taken care of. And I thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us. And I hope your honeymoon gets reinstated very quickly. Thank you very much.
That everybody? Okay, would the applicant like to come back? You have 10 minutes, Becky.
Oh, and I got a lot. It's gonna be tough, but I'll be quick. I'll try to, Madam Chairman, members of the commission, try to address some of the questions, some of the concerns. One of the things that was brought up about was the apartments at Lake Hazel and Maple Grove. That is not even similar to what we're proposing. Those were done in the county. The county ordinance only required like 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit or less. And that has been a disaster. Concerning the Albertsons, I was told that Albertsons could not go vertical until Eagle Road was upgraded and the dual lane roundabout was installed. And so that's one of the things that has delayed the Albertsons going vertical there at the northwest corner of Eagle and Amity. School overcrowding, congestion. I've been working with the school district, Marcy Horner. Marcy indicated that they have 700 capacity at Hillsdale Elementary. Current enrollment, she said, is in the upper 600s. She said the district has reduced the boundary, and typically the elementaries, I've done probably 5 or 6 elementaries within projects that I've done. They're supposed to serve that particular section. The boundaries of Hillsdale went beyond that section and they're slowly shrinking them. What she said is going to alleviate some of the problem is the Gem Prep Charter School. It will serve the same area as Hillsdale Elementary. It has a fall 2022 opening. She said the first year they will have 312 student capacity, and then they will expand to 500 after that. Blue Valley Elementary, it's already planned, designed, ready to go at Southridge subdivision. That is their priority school to take some of the heat off of South Meridian. It will require a bond. She said that the school board has not decided when they're going to run that bond due to COVID. So they have no time table. As far as Lake Hazel Middle School, it has 1,000 student capacity. It is slightly over capacity. The school district owns property just on the north side of Amity across from the Centerville development. Mountain View High School, that high school I did in my project called Millennium. Years ago, we brought the sewer across the interstate to serve that high school. It is has 2175 student capacity. Its enrollment is 2428. Owyhee High School will open this fall. According to the school district, hell or high water, it will be opening. They are having some glitches on getting materials to wrap up some of the things, but it will open. She said that will alleviate the overcrowding at Mountain View High School and help with the students. I'm trying, hold on. Go back to my list. As far as the existing comp plan, this is a priority area. The mayor, the council has said that Southeast Meridian is a priority growth area. You have your new regional park. You have this YMCA South. They just put in a new pool facility. If you look at your comprehensive plan, and it states in there under the definition of mixed use neighborhood, it talks about it being near parks, being near schools, being located at an arterial, on a collector. This property checks all the boxes as far as that mixed use neighborhood and fitting in with the overall plan. Your comprehensive land use map is a guiding document. It is not set in stone. It is something that it grows, it changes, and You guys look at it, your staff looks at it. Your staff recommended approval of this particular project. This project fits within the confines of the definition of mixed-use neighborhood. It said it should be primarily residential and diverse residential, townhomes, apartments, single family with a commercial component, something that serves the particular neighborhood. As far as a walkable neighborhood, we have pathways throughout this whole project. We have a 14.5% open space with 10-foot wide pathways, 5-foot wide pathways, interconnecting micropaths. We have 3 playgrounds. We have a clubhouse, a pool facility. We have public art, gazebos. We're trying to make this a community that people can be proud to live in, not just another subdivision plopped down in the middle of the city of Meridian. I've been doing work in Meridian for 28 years. Used to be a sign at the planning department. Population, city of Meridian, 9,400 people. And now look at what has happened. This particular project, there's central water in Amity, 12-inch water main. There's a 12-inch water main in Hillsdale Avenue. There's a sewer main. Sewer and water are available. I'm not putting down a well. The article that one woman indicated, those people's wells are 50 to 75 feet deep. That worked out great when we were covered by farmland and we got a lot of recharge into the shallow aquifer. But as the farmland does develop, that shallow aquifer changes. And so 50 to 75 foot deep wells, they are drying up. And that's happening all over the Treasure Valley. It's not indicative of South Meridian, that's South Boise. As far as the fire station, your fire station number 7 is going to open in the spring of 2023. It will be coming online. The mayor said in his State of the Union address, the fire station in our priority growth area in Southeast Meridian and Northwest Meridian, I want to build 2 fire stations. The fire station will be 2023. We won't even have hardly any houses going out of the ground by spring of 2023. It takes that long to design these subdivisions. Everyone thinks that instantly you have all of these homes online. This is a 4-phase project. It takes 4 years to build this particular project out. Hold on. As far as reasonable development, 70% of the trips are going to go northbound. People are saying, oh, this is just out in the, like it's out in the far burbs. No, this is a priority area. We're less than 2.5 miles from the Eagle Interchange. The #1 employer for the state of Idaho is St. Luke's. Where's St. Luke's? Due north. You have Sensi, you have Silverstone, you have El Dorado, you have a bunch of major employers, a lot of new medical facilities going up, a lot of offices going up. There's a park and ride on the south side of Overland. I see them parked there and get in the vans. So as far as trying to take some of those vehicle trips off the roadways with ride sharing and mass transit is slow in Meridian. I mean, Boise has it, but it's always been a struggle. And mass transit will not go out to areas if you have 3.5 dwelling units per acre. They won't. It's not cost effective. And it's been said multiple times. The target is 8 dwelling units per acre to make it cost effective to take community buses out into an area and create a public transportation network. This particular project, there's been a lot of thought, a lot of effort, a lot of work. I can't make everybody happy, and I can't create a project that's not going to generate trips. It's going to generate trips, but what I can do is I can mitigate for my impact. We don't go in, who's going to put the signal in at Hillsdale Avenue. They talk about, oh, people are going to park on Rockhampton. People are going to park on Hillsdale Avenue. No, those are collectors. There's no parking on collector roadways. Ada County Highway District Policy Manual states that. There'll be no parking on our collector entrance roadway. The parking that we show within our multifamily area exceeds the minimum parking as stated in the UDC. It also has to come back as a conditional use permit. What I'm asking you is to look at the big picture and look at balancing Meridian. We can't just develop at 3.5 dwelling units per acre. We've got to have some diversity. And I ask the commission to consider the facts and not just emotions, because this is a priority area. And if this isn't appropriate in a priority area, I don't know where it is appropriate. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Sorry, close, questions from the commission, sorry. Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions for staff or the applicant, can I get a motion to close the public hearing for H-2021-0046?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing for H-2021-0046. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair.
Jump off the- Commissioner Seal.
I'll go first here. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting because we kind of go through this every single time we have a multifamily that goes in somewhere. Everybody thinks they're needed, but they just don't want them next to them. So I find that disappointing that we can't all share in it. I mean, I live in an area where they're doing some development that I don't particularly care for. That said, I understand the development's needed and it's part of what's going to support our infrastructure long term, not just as long as I live in my house. So there's just some things that are very disappointing to me. So as far as what West Ada has in their reports, that is their form letter. We get basically the same exact information from them every time. Not that we don't look at it, not that we're not discouraged by it, not that we don't want our children to succeed and we want them to have lower student to class ratios or student to teacher ratios. It's simply that the funding has to come from the heads that are in that school district. So there has to be too many heads and then they build. That's the way that it works. As far as the fire stations, same thing, same form letter. I have every single application that has come through. I don't know that the fire station has ever met that 80%. In fact, we've called them in on it and had long discussions about it because it's been very difficult to swallow that they are putting into a report that they're not meeting their goals. Their goals don't necessarily mean that they aren't going to be able to be there to save lives. It simply means that they are going for a goal that is somewhat unattainable in the current growth pattern that we have. Not that they're going to abandon it. It simply means it's incredibly difficult to hit. And with explosive growth like we have, it's difficult for them to attain that. Yeah, I mean, and there's some people that brought that up living in the Hillsdale subdivision that they couldn't meet that. I'm rest assured that when your subdivision went in, they submitted the same report with the same data. So, I guess as a person living in Meridian, occasionally I'm willing to look at myself as the problem. So I kind of wish more people would help to do that. So it's a problem that we have. We need more diversified housing that comes in there. So I would like very much for my children to be able to live here. They can't afford it. So, and they are responsible homeowners and they'd love to live in a multifamily and they would park in the garage. So outside of that, I think that the subdivision itself as it's presented, I think it's very thoughtful. I think that they tried to diversify as much as they could with the amount of land that they had. I do think that I don't know that the multifamily concept piece of it necessarily fits, but I do think that a higher density in there is relevant simply because of where it's at in location to the YMCA, to the park, to Eagle Road, to everything that's going on in there. I think that the density itself, I agree with lowering it to keeping the multifamily to 2-story. I do think that there needs to be an element in there that would eliminate even a little bit more of that, bring things to the front as far as being able to run some kind of business operation out of there. Not necessarily offices or something, but something like people said, a coffee house or things like that. I know that the developer's kind of at the mercy of, you know, who would be able to come in there with something like that. They can't guarantee that that's what would go in there, even if they try and plan it. I myself am, you know, obviously a fan of the small businesses that can go in there, the business incubator type stuff. So it sounds like that's not something that's going to be approached here, but I would like to see more stuff like that happen, especially on a frontage road like that, that is going to get a lot of traffic, people coming down through the YMCA, you know, and other things that are going to be in that area. So overall, I think it's a decent plan. I just don't know that it's ready to move forward at this point. I think there's more that could be done in order to help transition the multifamily a little bit better, to bring in a little bit more of a business emphasis to it. And that's kind of where I'm at. I just don't think it's quite ready.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Lorcher.
I wanted to let everybody know that I hear what you're saying. And it sounds, oh, sorry. It sounds like the community is not opposed to growth or housing, but just the multi-dimensional or multi-family. And it also sounds like you'd like a little bit more commercial as well. There's parts of the plan that seem to work and some of it that needs to be possibly reconsidered. I would support a continuance to go have the developer go back and possibly redesign a balanced multifamily housing plan to fit the neighborhood and to offer some more commercial.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Beersley.
So living in South Meridian, I am like every one of you. I have contributed to the growth of South Meridian. I have contributed to the traffic and the overcrowding of the schools. I've been in Tuscany for the last 16 years, and I contributed to the overcrowding of Lake Hazel Elementary School. I'm sure Rockhampton contributed to the overcrowding of Lake Hazel Elementary School, the same way as Hillsdale has contributed to the overcrowding of the Hillsdale Elementary School. We've all contributed. We all contribute to the traffic congestion. Why does this subdivision all of a sudden break that threshold that we can't handle anymore? Growth is always a hard pill to swallow. When do you stop growth? Do you stop it now? Should you have stopped it before Hillsdale? Should we have stopped it before Rockhampton? Our goal, I guess, is to manage that growth. And how do we best make it fit? Basically, the objection that I heard today is we don't like the multifamily, which I totally understand. I understand that there's a place for multifamily. I understand that there's better places for multifamily. That being said, I think that this plan is a little dense. I do agree that I think that the multifamily housing should be limited to 2-story for all of the complexes. I would prefer to see the multifamily go away and deal more with townhomes. I think that would be a better fit for the area. But you know, again, I still also believe in property rights as well. So that being said, that's my opinion. I also like the idea of some additional potential retail as well. I agree, there's no place to eat out where we live. So in fact, I am really excited for Albertsons to come, just for that reason. So that's my opinion.
I'll jump on your bandwagon. I'm part of the problem in South Meridian. Built in Sportsman's Point when that was coming up, and my son was the first freshman class at Mountain View, and they opened their doors, I think 400 kids over capacity. So it's been an issue forever, and it just is when you're growing like we are. And as I read through the staff report in preparation for this meeting, I as well thought this is a lot of transition and a lot of variety in a short area. I think it could be spread out to where the density of phase one and maybe some townhomes was the highest end of the density there, and some more commercial to support the uses that are needed there. I think trying to fit all those levels of density in that area is pushing it. That's where I'm at as well.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Wheeler.
I live close to Commissioner Yearsley out there at Southeast Meridian, and then I grew up in Southwest Boise, 2 miles away from my childhood home. And so that whole area I've been able to see grow whether I like it or not, and been a lot of fun over there. I too am looking for Albertsons, because then I can take a quick little bike ride, get over there, get some groceries, and get back before I knew I was gone, and I can get dinner on the table pretty fast. I also know that to me, the density of this is a little bit too much for what's needed. And I think that the mixed use neighborhoods have more of a blended aspect that it should be, with retail and commercial and housing and things of that nature. And I also, on the retail side, I think one thing needs to be said is that to get a retailer to come to a mid-block location, in other words, not on a hard corner, is just difficult, because it's just traffic counts that drive their profits and what they want to see. That'll be a little bit of a stretch to try to do that, but it would still be, to me, it's a little bit not as diverse as what I would like to see with the kinds of uses that are for the mixed use neighborhood.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Grove.
First off, Joe, apologize to Miranda for me, because I did see where her report was. I just looked over that one. I know that was like 4 hours ago, but one of the things that I think I'll start off with is looking at the designation on the future land use map, and having sat through the entire strategic plan thing that was, I don't know, 18 months or something, 2 years, I don't know. It was a long time, a lot of meetings. Making sure that when we have these go forward, that we do get some of that diversity of housing types and housing opportunities, so that as the city grows and ages, that we don't have all of the exact same thing for the next generation who comes in behind us, and being able to think beyond where we are right now. One of the things that came up with, I don't know, one of the first 10 people that talked tonight was that you were afraid that we had already made up our mind and that you were not being heard. We wouldn't be sitting here for, I don't know, 3+ hours on this if we weren't listening to what you're saying. So we are hearing what you're saying, and we are taking to heart the feelings that you've shared with us tonight. Similar to what Commissioner Seal mentioned initially here, was a sentiment that we hear a lot, and that is, I really like this, just not in my backyard. And this is not unique to you and the development that we are talking about right now. It happens in every corner of our city when we get these developments, especially when multifamily comes in. People are very in favor of it as long as it's nowhere near them. And that is something that we have to balance out when we're listening to this, because that is a need within our city now and as we grow. We have to have some balance to what had traditionally been built in Meridian and being, just single family homes. It's something that we have to make sure that we keep in balance as we grow and don't rely on it solely being in one locale. You don't want to have just a section of your city 50 years from now that is only multifamily because nobody wanted it next to their house when it was being built. So something to keep in mind as we talk about this. I too have some major concerns about the schools and the roads that are out there. Unfortunately, there's limited pieces of that we can control. We can make suggestions. We can, condition developments as they go in, but we have to rely on our community partners to help with those pieces and properly prioritize those needs. One of the people had talked about the step up and or transition from larger lots to smaller lots. This is something that we see in most developments that are going in next to developments that are already built out. And this is essentially what we're looking for, is those bigger lots going into smaller lots. So with that, I would like to say that looks mostly normal to me. I agree that we could really use some of that retail aspect out there. I think there is a missed opportunity if the retail component is not addressed, especially in regards to the other businesses that are out there or going to be out there. I think that having some of that community retail restaurant space next to a YMCA, next to parks, next to lots of homes, next to medical facilities, it makes sense and would definitely be a good fit in that area. Couple of other things. Sorry, I know it's long, but we're already here this long, so go a little bit longer. One of the biggest problems for me is something that you said, Becky, that this is just not another subdivision plopped down in Meridian. I would respectfully somewhat disagree. It looks very similar to a lot of the other things. I don't see anything that is remarkably unique about the layout or the product. I like various components of this, and I could get behind it, but I would like to see this project continued and come back with a lot of the community's input taken into consideration. I think that the multifamily being that 2-story, rethinking how some of that is configured and worked in. I think there are opportunities to enhance the overall buy-in of the community to make it feel as if this entire, let's take a square mile and say that it's kind of being tied together. This project doesn't have to do this by itself, but it does need to work to find a way to not have these new neighbors that are going to be coming in from all of the people that are here, so that they can come in and be welcomed as new members of the community and not despised for something that they had nothing to do with. And I hope that when you do have these new neighbors, that you take that into consideration, that they were not part of any of these conversations and you're welcoming them to our community when they do move in.
I'm going to ask a question based on what I've heard from everybody. Are we really at a point of continuing? Do we think that that's gonna do anything, or move it forward with recommendations, or move it forward with flat out recommending denial?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lorcher.
if we deny, does the applicant have an opportunity? They have to start all over?
No, they go to council with our recommendation. Then it's up to council,
Madam Chair,
I believe. Yeah. Commissioner Grove.
I would say continuance for the simple fact that one of the sticking points on some of this is Fire Station 7. Like this development has time before it has to be in ground versus some of the other developments that we see. So I would be okay with saying continue and see if we can get some of these components worked in. I'm seeing a nod from the applicant that they would be in favor of doing that.
So then question first, I'll keep it to staff so we don't have to open the public hearing. What recommendation based on workload and reasonability do we have to get something reworked? What date are you looking at?
Madam Chair, I'm assuming a month would be sufficient to kind of work through some of this because we don't have a quorum on the second or the first hearing, I should say, in September. So it would be the second hearing in September. I already have 2 CUPs for that night, so it doesn't bother me.
Madam Chair. There are currently, so your next meeting would be
16th,
the 16th of September, and there are currently 5 hearings scheduled for that evening.
Yep.
October 7th it is.
And Madam Chair, just for the record, there are 2 hearings already scheduled for October 7th.
Would a further delay be acceptable? The second hearing in October?
Okay. 21st. Okay. Anybody like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion then.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Nick, or excuse me, Commissioner Grove, were you going to make a motion? Okay, all right. I move the continuance of file number H-2021-0046 to the hearing date of October 21st, 2021 for the following reasons. To work with the input from the public testimony in matters of density and mixed use.
I'll second that.
Madam Chair, before
Yes.
we second anything,
Mhm.
just want to make it really clear for everyone that's testifying tonight that we really want to just focus on the items you want to discuss at that next hearing, meaning a revised concept with more commercial and less density, I think is what you were getting at. So if we can just keep the public comments to those couple items at the next hearing, that would be appreciated. We don't want to open up everything else again. So
Yeah.
whatever you have in your motion, just make it clear we're only discussing specific items.
Yeah, I'm hoping that everyone has realized that we do listen and we do have some common sense and we've heard it. And so it has, do we need more on the motion then, Bill, or?
You're correct. It is in the area of mixed use components and density that I had.
Okay.
I think that's what it was stated. Is that what we have down?
Yeah.
And adding more commercial.
More commercial, yeah, more commercial, less density. Yeah, okay.
I'd say we're good then.
All right. It has been moved and seconded to continue item number H 2021 0046 to the hearing date of October 21st. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll see you all on the 21st. Yep. Okay, and we do have another application tonight if you're wanting to stay. Otherwise, if you would, please quickly exit so we can get on with our next application. It's just time. Yeah.
Bill.
Does anybody need a quick minute to stretch? Okay. 3 minutes. We'll be back.
Got it.
right. I'd like to resume the meeting. For the record. We will now open H-2021-0036 Briar Ridge subdivision, and we'll begin with staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess informally, do you want me to go through this or do you want to just ask questions? You can handle it however you would like. I presume you all have reviewed the majority of the staff report and done everything you need to do, but I can definitely go through the
let's go
main
through it.
points. Okay. The site consists of 40.99 acres of land currently zoned R4, located on the west side of Meridian Road between Lake Hazel and Amity. It is directly south of the mid-mile point. It has medium density residential and medium high density residential on the future land use map. The applications before us tonight are for a rezone from R4 to the TNR zoning district, which is the traditional neighborhood residential district, which we do not have much of in the city at all. Consists of a preliminary plat consisting of 227 single-family residential building lots, 123 detached and 104 townhome lots, all for sale, single family, and 47 common lots on 38.8 acres of land. There's also a modification to the existing development agreement because again, it was annexed in 2015. And the first modification is basically required if there's new development, as is written in the existing development agreement for the purpose of updating the development plan to redevelop the property consistent with whatever that future development would be. That again, this property was annexed in 2015 under the South Meridian annexation, where a plethora of lots down here were annexed in to help, frankly, establish some of our city boundaries from being taken over. The city in that development agreement and with this annexation, as all of the Southern Meridian annexations, made some commitments to provide services and anticipate development in this area of the city. With that being said, I mentioned in my staff report about the urban services, and I was probably a little too harsh considering some of the commitments that we've made by annexing it already and zoning it and having a development agreement and everything out here already. The project is proposed in 3 phases. This is a revised phasing plan. It shows the majority of the east third of the site in phase 1, a portion of the collector street along the north boundary, and the emergency access to Meridian Road also in phase 1. This was received after Jane and I, the applicant, met following the publication of my staff report to kind of talk about some of the conditions and the phasing. As seen here, phase 2 is shown with the large central open space lot, 58 more lots, and most of them being detached, and the remaining length of the collector street, which is a West Quartz Creek Street, and again, it's a collector street. Phase 3 includes 112 lots, so literally half of the development is not, density-wise, is not occurring until phase 3. The majority of that is the townhome units and the southwest corner of the site. And staff does support the revised phasing plan. The project contains 2 future land use designations as noted, medium high and medium density residential. There is mixed use regional directly to the south with the existing CG, R15 and R8 zoning, as well as the opposite corner. Applicant is proposing an overall gross density of 5.84 acres or dwelling units per, wow, that doesn't make any sense. 5.8 dwelling units per acre, which falls within the density range of the medium density residential. Again, because there are 2, just like the last project and many that we have now, density calculations when you have more than 1 become rather flexible. Theoretically, the applicant could have proposed a project with twice the density proposed currently and still be compliant with the comp plan in terms of density. I don't want that to be lost on us because to me, it showed by reviewing this that they were not just trying to cram as many lots in. They had a very thoughtful site design. Despite proposing a project density consistent with the medium density residential and not the medium high, the applicant is aware of the existing commercial zoning to the south and its future land use designation of mixed use regional. This should likely incorporate higher intensity development of both commercial and residential. Thus, the applicant proposed its higher density product, which is the townhome units, in the southeast quadrant of the site by placing the alley loaded townhomes here. Staff does find that the proposed project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The applicant is requesting the TNR zoning district as noted, requires a 6 dwelling unit per acre net density, which following publication of the staff report, I've received that it is at least 11 net dwelling units per acre net density, so we're perfectly fine there. It requires at least 2 housing types, which are shown here at least. Street-oriented design, which is more focused on the pedestrian than the car. The overall site design proposed by the applicant is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the future land use designations, and this requested zoning because of the transitional density proposed, because of the multiple housing types, and because of the inclusion of parkways throughout the entire development, as well as the extension of a collector street along the north boundary for future connectivity. Project is proposed with 3 housing types to meet the requirement of multiple housing types: detached single family, alley loaded detached single family, and alley loaded townhomes. So some of these alleys here, and here are detached rather than attached, like this area, but still a 3rd housing type. Staff does support the proposed housing types and the overall site design that incorporates parkways throughout the whole site, which again is 8-foot parkways, street trees, and 5-foot detached sidewalks, which really help activate the street and keep pedestrians safer. The project is proposed with at least 4.5 acres of qualifying open space, which is approximately 11.6%. Consists of the required buffer to Meridian Road, the large centralized open space lot, the muse between the townhome units. I didn't include this on my list, but the buffer to the collector street along the north boundary, and other small areas of open space throughout the site. The project has parkways as noted and would qualify as qualified open space. Takes a little bit of a calculation because you have to subtract all the driveways, et cetera. The applicant did not need to incorporate this area to meet the minimum open space requirement, so they did not include it. So their 4.5 acres of qualified open space is probably a lot closer to their proposed total of 7. So again, they don't need that in the calculation, and I'll explain that further. Staff is not concerned that this is not in the calculation because the requested zoning of TNR also requires parkways. So no matter what, the city is going to get the parkways because of the requested zoning. Whether it qualifies as open space per their calculations is kind of null. It is a great addition to the community nonetheless. The proposed amenities also exceed code requirements. Per the plat size, 2 are required. They have proposed a multi-use pathway along Meridian as required by the master pathways plan, a children's play structure, picnic shelters, and open space in excess of code, as noted that the central open space lot is vastly larger than what would be required, a 2-acre area. Landscaping and fencing meet the code requirements except for those specifically noted in the staff report. There's just a few of those items. I don't want to get into the weeds on that tonight. The applicant has agreed to those required modifications. There is a required noise abatement wall along Meridian Road because it's a state highway. Their proposal for that also meets code requirements. Sorry. With the proposal for multiple blocks of alley loaded homes and 33-foot wide street sections, there is ample on-street parking because there will not be as many driveways as in a standard front-loaded detached development. Required off-street parking shall also be maintained on each building lot. I know the applicant will talk a little bit more about the parking as well. Access is proposed via construction of a new collector street as noted, which runs along the entire north boundary. There will not be any direct lot access to Meridian Road. There is the secondary emergency access proposed to Meridian Road in the very southeast corner of the property. Again, this is only an emergency access and not a second access for residents, just an emergency access at this time. The preliminary plat also shows 2 stub street connections to the west boundary for future connectivity. Meridian Road, State Highway 69, is currently being studied by the Idaho Transportation Department for overall corridor improvements from Overland all the way south to Orchard Avenue in Kuna. This is a mid-mile collector, and this intersection at the northeast corner of the subject site is part of this study and is proposed to have what they call a reduced conflict U-turn crossing, an R-cut intersection, which eliminates left-hand turn lanes from the collector road and left-hand and through traffic from those lesser classified streets. Apparently, there's a couple of these in Boise, though I have not driven on them, but apparently there are a couple already. If you go in my staff report, I did include links to their corridor. It shows some really cool things about how it works and the safety improvements and everything. So I implore you to look at that. This is an example of what it would look like. Where I put the red box is where Briar Ridge would be proposed on this exhibit, and how residents would exit out of here and they would not be able to turn left to head north. They'd have to turn right and that will be a signalized U-turn on these types of things. And then they will be able to head north and through the intersection. The applicant is required to participate in a cost share agreement for the future intersection and road improvements to the state highway in lieu of constructing any improvements at this time, other than the collector street, which is under ACHD control or jurisdiction, I should say, and they will be required to construct that per the phasing plan. This is they're not required to do any improvements at this time because the corridor is part of a future project, and the proposed traffic generation does not exceed more than 10% of its overall traffic counts at any of the intersections. That is both this new one, the one at Amity, and the one at Lake Hazel. ACHD did provide a staff report after this city staff report was published. They agree with the ITD conditions because they have no jurisdiction over the state highway. They did require some revisions to the internal street sections to ensure compliance with district policy. It's just some minor adjustments to road widths, things like that, that will not have any real effect on the site or site design. There were 3 pieces of public testimony. One of them I did not quite understand being 100% relative to this, but I think it had to do with overall just development and water usage. The other 2 had to deal with traffic concerns on the highway, on State Highway 69, and concerns the density overall, with one of them noting they were desire to keep it R4 and proposed density with that, which would not meet the comprehensive plan designation on the site. Staff has recommended approval of the project with some conditions. I will state that I did not include it, Jane, but one of the things that was discussed was, and I have agreed to the applicant's requested revisions to my requested revisions, that instead of removing all of the lots on the west boundary of the open space, removing lot 12 and 13 here, and then making up those 2 lots by adding 2 townhomes here and getting rid of this extra parking. And then also taking this extra parking here and adding another area of green space. Each of these are about 5,100 square feet. So I'd add another 5,000 square feet of green space, and they've agreed to add some kind of children's play structure. I recommended Climbing Rocks because they already have a tot lot in the north, have another amenity, so to speak, in the south half. So the applicant has agreed to that. It'll open up this central open space to allow a safer viewing of it from both the residents and from police. So that was the main point of that. And they will maintain all the other open space as proposed. Other than that, I believe we are in agreement with the staff report, and I will stand for any questions.
Okay, I think we're going to move on and have the applicant come up.
Good evening, commissioners, staff. I was going to say guests, but they're gone. I'm Jane Suggs with Gem State Planning, and I'm representing 9839 West Cable Car Street in Boise, representing the Briar Ridge subdivision. And I think Joe did a really good overview. I have all of this stuff planned because Joe had really kind of, in his staff report, had talked a lot about why this maybe should not be the place to develop. And so some of you may remember this 2015, 2016, what I call the mass annexation, but it was a negotiated annexation. So I'm just going to very quickly, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but I'm going to just very quickly go through and show you those are the properties that were annexed at one time through development agreements with those owners. And so if you already know about this, I hate to repeat myself, but and this is the comprehensive plan. These are the plans that were shown to each of the property owners too, and was part of the presentation to the city council on the annexation. So you see the BR right here. This. Okay. I know it is, so I'm not even going to touch it. It's super sensitive. I've tried this before. So, so there's the BR. There you go. And you can see where it's medium density on the top and medium high on the bottom. And then here was the zoning, and you can see that we were R4. So one of the things I thought was interesting was the development agreement allowed the annexation of the properties with R4. It allowed the properties to continue in their current use. It even included in the development agreement that you can continue to raise livestock and you can discharge firearms, even though you can't do that typically in the city limits. And in exchange for these agreements to annex, the owners or developers would need to develop according to the comp plan, just as Joe said. And it turns out in the development agreement also, the DA modification, the development agreement modification would be at no cost, the first one. And the rezone, this is the first rezone of the property, is also free. Thank you very much. No fees for that. So I thought this was pretty interesting. So that's just an expectation that we would be coming in with some other development according to your comprehensive plan. And again, Joe already mentioned that there was an agreement to, quote, provide for the advancement of sewer and water infrastructure for the benefit of the subject property. That is in the DA for this property. And they've done that. The sewer has been extended down Meridian Road in the past. I guess that was in the first couple of years after the annexation. And I'm going to zip through this. So that's kind of a long history about the parcel and how it got to where it is today. And if there was a question about whether or not development should happen, there's, you know, these other subdivisions. There's Prevail subdivision, which is just kind of quarter to the northeast. Across the street, recently approved Schaefer View Terrace. And then down on Amity Road, Lake Hazel Road, you'll see the Apex project. So you're familiar with all of these projects. You might not be familiar with Lynn Rock. That's just west of us. That's in Cuna. So it kind of carved out that way. And that was part of this annexation issue was, let's see where the city limits are going to meet. So here we are with our Briar Ridge subdivision. Again, Joe did a really good job of kind of outlining what TNR is. Traditional neighborhood residential, you'll see sort of a semi-gridded pattern, but there are lots of things that the TNR asks for. It does ask for different types of housing. So of course we have attached and detached single family residential houses. We have the townhomes, which are alley loaded. And it promotes, the TNR also promotes open space and pedestrian activation. And we have all of those things. You'll see with the trees there, we have the planting strips, which are basically allow for kind of tree shaded sidewalks when you walk around. Of course, the large park that actually got even a little larger because we are taking those two lots out so you can kind of see through the park. But we didn't want to lose those lots. And Joe and I had this conversation. These are very desirable lots to be back up to a park. So we were happy to lose a couple of them, and as long as we could bring them back down into these parking areas. And so, as Joe mentioned, I'm gonna try this, Joe. This little parking area, actually, because we have a lot of alley loads, that means all the frontage of the homes is available for street parking. So sometimes when you get into these situations, you don't have a lot of room for parking if you've got front loads, smaller lots on front loads. So we put in these extra little alley access parking areas. We're keeping this one. We are going to put two lots here. So this 4 will turn into a 6. It'll just mirror this. We're keeping these two kind of alley access parking areas. And then we will also turn this one, as he said, into like a green space. So that seemed like a good compromise because I've really never been in Meridian where you said you didn't need that parking. So I was happy to see that. I mean, we can reduce some of that pavement. Again, over 11% qualified open spaces and that regional pathway. And we take that regional pathway that runs along Meridian Road, and we actually, because there's the McBurney lateral, which we are doing, hopefully, if we get through the approval process, we'll get started on that winter work this year. This is why I was asking guys if I could get heard tonight, because we do have winter work and we don't get started on those construction drawings necessarily until we know that we have a project. So we are kind of moving that, and the McBurney runs through the property, but we are going to be piping it, and then right across here, oh, can't do it. There's a pathway that takes you into the park, and it's one of the regional, kind of a regional pathway. Just wanted to repeat these updates. Our construction phasing will begin up in the north east quadrant and run along the east boundary so we can put in the secondary access. We are agreeing to move on the 2 buildings next on west side of the park. And let's see, a few more things. And you might notice that some of these are like the last project. We have front-loaded detached single-family homes. So some of these are 2-car garage, some are 3, and then some are the narrower homes. We have a few of those too. And then here are pictures of the alley loaded product. I think the little cottage thing looks so cute to me, single level. And then there's a picture of the townhomes. That's not the best picture in the world. We're doing more of those now, so I'll get some better pictures next time. So those are our housing types. And then again, just think that we have put together a really attractive project. I think at one point, there was another planner working on this about 3 years ago, I think, Bob Taunton. And then we came in about a year ago and we were looking at apartments down where we have the townhomes, and we worked with the staff and they said that might be a little much. So we came with the townhomes, and we think this is the type of quality and the type of product you'd like to see. It's still some density there because of the townhomes. They're attached, but they're very popular. And with the alley load, they just make a really nice streetscape. I think this is a very attractive project, and I'm pretty excited about the mix of housing there and the location. And I do request your recommendation of approval on our preliminary plat and our development agreement modification. And I'll answer questions.
Any questions for the applicant or staff?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lorcher.
Did you say that the water is going to be all piped, or just portion of it, and then where the green space it's going to be open?
It will be all piped.
All piped.
All
so
piped.
everything will be
Actually,
underground?
it will go from, as it crosses this little park area here, this little open space here with a path, it actually goes north up here and then runs along to the west. So you'll see that extra large little green area next to the street. That's because that's an easement for the McBurney lateral, all piped. So there will be no open areas on this, no open water on the property.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Yearsley.
So staff had mentioned commercial to the north or south.
South.
I haven't been here since I wasn't sure what's planned south of there. Do we know?
No, Commissioner, usually nothing at this time.
Oh, okay.
But it was one of, I think, the only property zone CG with that big annexation. So that is very much anticipated to be commercial. And I have an inkling that commission and council will not want to change that as
Oh,
things come.
I think that's a good location for it. I thought there was something already planned, so I was just curious.
Can I add to that? I did have a neighborhood meeting, and the only person that showed up was the real estate agent who was representing that property, the Bridge Family Trust, and he just wanted to know what we were going to do. So yeah, and it has changed hands recently, but I think there might still be working out some sewer availability. And of course, we will try to do what we can, but I don't know that it's in the same sewer shed. So, but you'll see something one of these days because it's Meridian.
Madam Chair?
Hold on a minute, Commissioner Seal.
Yeah,
The
but-
commercial portion, it is the Apex that Jane mentioned. They have a commercial component too, so it's about 1.5 miles away-ish. As they get more homes, more rooftops over there, that commercial will be planned. And in that concept plan, which I believe you guys saw at the end of last year, that did have some nice commercial component with plazas and things like that, that people will be able to easily access from here, at least by car nonetheless, but they a lot closer than what is currently in the periphery.
Commissioner Seal?
I just, the townhomes, are they a rental product or are those a purchase, something that can be purchased?
They will be individually for sale to, individuals. I do think there's another product that I worked on that had townhomes, and occasionally people would buy, like if there were 4 or 6, they would buy them, but they will have a firewall between each one of them. So they are individual for sale on their own lot.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Wheeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that slide, you mentioned that there was a pedestrian walkway or a gateway or something like this. What did you say?
We are putting in a regional pathway as required along Meridian Road as a 10-foot pathway, but we are leaving and there's a wall. We're required to put a wall that's at least 10 feet up at the top of the wall, at least 10 feet above the center line of Meridian Road. That is in your standard for how we treat highways. But we're putting a little break in that wall so that people can exit from that walkway and walk across into our development, into the park.
Very good.
So that's just the little break in the wall. So you don't,
Okay, and that wall goes all the way down that frontage?
it does.
And is that the only place where there's a break in there?
That would be,
That one?
that
Okay.
would be the only place there's a break. That's supposed to be a continuous wall, well, for the streets, but yeah, that's the only place that you would be able to get through. And typically on most of the properties, you will not see that unless they have something like we have. And I believe it's called a rhino wall. We have a detail of it in the staff report, and it's on the landscape plan.
Very good. And the only other thing that I would say, and this is just input, I would have fun and get creative with some of those pathways and have fun with it, like maybe permanent hopscotch little thing or some little, stuff like that, just for people to do, just to make it kind of fun and homey. But that would just be some
Thank you.
thoughts on
That
that.
input. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Grove?
Joe, with the green space going in on the southeast parking lot down there, is there any sightline potential problems for that bulb out?
I'm not following it.
I mean, I know
mean, for,
sightlines to
like
green space
Septed?
can be a problem. Is that potentially a problem?
For
sightline?
Septed, right, okay, now I'm following you. There shouldn't be any real fencing issue because you have the green space on the right and then you have the alley on the left there, because it is this one that would be turned into green space. There shouldn't be any issues. If there's fencing proposed adjacent, it'd have to be open vision because there's not 2 streets next to it. So there shouldn't be any line of sight issues there, no.
Chairman, I have one thing to add that might add something to that. If you look in those linear green spaces, you'll see a little tan block. That's a shade structure. So that's just a gathering space that's sort of in line. And we have sidewalks that run east-west all through there too. So that would add an opportunity for people to hang out there, have some eyeballs on those, where we might put a climbing rock or something like that too. So we think that kind of activates that little space too, in a nice way for the townhomes. Thank you.
Any other questions for applicant or staff? Do you want to sit down while we take public testimony?
No, but I do want to say this. Thank you so much for staying here tonight. I know this is late and that was a lot. Thank you so
I
much.
wish we could add, but we should have gotten you on the other side of that.
Madam Chair,
I know Becky, she's good.
Yeah.
I like to watch her.
Yeah.
I do have one final question.
Oh, yes,
Sorry.
Commissioner Grove.
Just looking at the schools piece, is this really in Meridian High School's zone? I mean, I was looking at it, is that 7 miles?
Commissioner Grove, when I looked at that too, I was asking myself the same question, and that's what we get from the school district. I don't understand that quite honestly, but yeah, I live very close to Meridian High School, and it's 7 miles from here. That's kind of a lot. Any of this that's, I guess, west of Eagle at this point, that's a far drive for high school students.
Commissioner Grove.
Yeah.
I was on that boundary committee where we actually included Meridian Road to Meridian High School, mostly because it wasn't density at that point in time. But because of the overcrowding of Mountain View, and we're going to see what happens with Owyhee, you probably will see within the next 18 to 24 months, that will be probably reevaluated. But right now, it's a straight shoot to Meridian High School. And it was, we put it there specifically because of the low density at the time, and it hasn't changed.
Understood.
We'll go through the motions. Madam Clerk, is there anyone signed up to testify in this application?
Madam Chair, we do have one person signed in to testify, and that's Cody Black. Cody, you should have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, okay. My name is Cody Black, and my business address is 16155 North High Desert in Nampa. I'm just calling on behalf of the, so I represent the southern property, that commercial corner. So we're property neighbors. And I'm mostly just calling, I was just curious looking at the map. I was curious about the road that'll be just north of my property. And then also I'm curious about the lots as well. I just don't see any sort of landscape barrier in between their property and ours. And I was curious about the road and just if that's being designed to be half on our property and half on theirs. And if so, if it's going to be built like half plus 12 according to ACHD standards. And I was just kind of curious a little bit about that. Other than that, I really have no issues with the development. I think it looks nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would the applicant like to come back and address that?
Thank you again, Jane Suggs, representing Briar Ridge. Thanks, Cody. I didn't know you were my neighbor at this point. Yes, that is a road that will be half plus 12. It does provide that emergency access as a driveway to the east. We think that that's a really good opportunity to not only provide a little bit of a buffer between what might happen on your property and those townhomes, but a good connectivity as well. And if I'm right, Cody, about a little triangle of that property right near that road actually is on the north side of a canal. So I'm thinking that we might see some expansion of some commercial, maybe some multifamily there too, as well, just because of that. And I'm not sure, we haven't talked about that. The rest of the properties that just back up, there's just a fence line there. So all of the surrounding area will have a fence. So just like the ones on the west, there's no landscaping there because houses will back up. You see that in all your subdivisions where there'll be a fence along the back property boundaries. Those particular homes there are front loaded. So the driveways and the garages are on the front. And so the backs of those lots will be a fence.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Joe.
No, to further on that for the road on the south, that because it's a local street as that section, other than the driveway access to Meridian Road, but it's a local street. So there's no requirement for a street buffer for that because it's proposed on the boundary. We do that relatively commonly. Whatever came to the south would have to include any kind of buffer because it is CG, there is a minimum land use buffer there, but for Jane's comment, there is like a little triangle piece that kind of aligns with that would likely, because of topography, and that might even be the sewer shed line because of topography. I would be surprised if that little corner piece does go as commercial, but it's very small compared to the rest of the area. And that would provide like Jane said, an adequate transition, another connection point for residences, or multifamily, little segment there. But staff is not concerned with the lack of landscaping on the south side at this point. Future development would be required to provide that.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Yearsley.
And I also believe that that a future extension of that rest of that roadway wouldn't be required until that property redeveloped or if it redevelops. So I think that's also, so he wouldn't have to be required to build that at any time.
Okay. If there's no other public testimony and no other, that was the only one we had, right? Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing on H-2021-0036?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on H-2021-0036. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Anybody want to jump off? I'll go. Yeah, I think it's a lovely little addition out there and kind of sets the standard for what's to come around it. I'll be curious to see what they do with that turnaround on the highway, but that's not the concern for this, I guess. Yeah, I think that's a nice blend and mix. It's something we would have liked to have seen on the other one tonight. So,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Grove.
When I first looked at it, I had some concerns with like open space, but having looked at it a few more times and whatnot, and seeing how the changes tonight were presented, I like the redistribution of some of that green space to the southern properties a little bit more. Interesting project. I like it. The only thing that I don't like about it, and it's out of control of this, is the distance to the schools that are assigned to it, but there's nothing that we can do about that.
Yeah. Any other comments, motions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Yearsley?
So for me, I personally don't like it. I don't know. To me, it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't feel like it fits. Maybe in 5 to 10 years as it grows around, it may fit better. But it meets the future land use designation. And at this point, I won't object.
Madam Chair, just want to say one thing. I don't disagree with you on out in the middle of nowhere aspect, and I would probably have a bigger problem if it wasn't on the state highway. So if it was just kind of out in the middle of nowhere doing it, I would have a bigger problem. If you drive out in Nampa and you see what they're doing, and it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and all of a sudden you see like 700 homes and then nothing, and no way to get to them, like that's a poor design. But being on a state highway, I don't have that concern.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Seal?
nobody objects. I'll shoot a motion here.
Okay.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2021-0036 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of August 12th, 2021, with no modifications.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to recommend approval on H-2021-0036 Briar Ridge subdivision. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Yearsley?
I move we adjourn.
Hey, Madam Chair, before we
Oh,
adjourn.
no.
Yes, it's me. I'm sorry. I wanted to ask the commission if they were in favor of maybe doing a special meeting next week to approve the findings for the Coal Valley Portable Classroom CUP. If we don't get those findings improved and we don't have a hearing for a month, we won't conclude that business for a month for them. And they really need to get under construction and get those schools placed on that property. So I also wanted to see if there's a way we could get together a quorum next week on the 19th, just to call in, do a quick Zoom meeting, approve those findings, and do the quick 5-minute business and allow them to move forward with through the city's process.
I think we kind of chatted, we can even do that during business hours if we could do that like at noon and just call in. Yeah.
I
can fit.
We need to
Yeah,
have one person here. don't we?
Commissioner Seal is volunteer.
I'll do that.
You're going to be around anyway. Yeah,
I'm
Commissioner
across the
Grove is across the
street,
street.
so it probably
Cindy.
fastest. So.
Okay, yeah, we got, if we can just do it like at noon
Yeah, that'd be-
on Thursday. Okay,
Yeah, I can be here too.
okay.
Sorry about that.
So lunch, sounds like lunch will be provided then.
Well,
No
and
pressure.
Dean, I don't know what your complaint, we just start without you. We don't need you and the clerk here to resume the meeting. I apologize to the clerk and to Dean for starting without you. When we
It's okay. Madam Chair, I just want to confirm for the record, we're going to do a special meeting next week, August 19th at noon. We will have a quorum, several of you in house. Okay. And the 6 PM meeting will be canceled for that evening.
Yes,
Thank you.
okay. Now,
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Yearsley.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Night, everyone.